never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya with your Week in Review, a roundup of what's been making headlines around the world these past days.
Now our country has voted for change, for national renewal and a return of politics to public service.
And we start this week in the UK, where the British people delivered an overwhelming call for change as the Labour Party took control of government following a landslide election victory. It ends 14 years of Conservative rule. Ollie Barrett was following a historic election night from outside Parliament in London.
The changeover in British politics is brutal. Hours after conceding defeat in the election, Rishi Sunak leaves Downing Street and Keir Starmer enters number 10. He will have to spend the next few days putting together a new cabinet, a government that can run the country with the sizable majority that he has secured in the House of Commons. Huge challenges ahead for that government. Huge challenges also ahead for the Conservatives after this rout at the ballot box. Some in the party think they've abandoned their base and should turn right. Others think they've abandoned the centre ground and should move in that direction. There are battles ahead.
Elections globally. Iranians took part on Friday in a runoff presidential vote, and the French are heading to the polls again this weekend for the second round of the general election. But in days prior, candidates and activists were physically attacked. Ross Collins in Paris.
Prisca Thévenot, an MP for Emmanuel Macron's Renaissance Party, was putting up election posters with her team when a group of people attacked them on the 3rd of July. On Friday, the Interior Minister said that at least 50 people had been subject to aggression ahead of the second round of the general election on Sunday. Some 30,000 police officers, including 5,000 in the capital, will be on duty on the 7th of July to try to respond to any unrest, which some politicians fear would break out in the case of a far-right victory.
In the United States, the election is still 4 months away, but already President Joe Biden is fighting for his political future on the campaign trail as he seeks to allay concerns over his age and mental acuity amid a shaky debate performance last week, which sparked intense deliberations about whether he should step aside and give up the nomination. Caroline Malone reports.
Joe Biden has admitted the debate wasn't a good night for him, but he insists he's still the best person to beat Donald Trump in the US election. "I'm not going anywhere," he told military service people and families at the White House on July 4th. That's the same messaging he'd given governors on Wednesday. But polls show he's slipping further behind his Republican rival, particularly in swing states. The latest data suggests as many as 80% of people in the US think Biden is too old to be president again.
Joe Biden is 81. That's 3 years older than Donald Trump, whose sentencing has been postponed because of the United States Supreme Court's controversial decision to provide criminal immunity for US presidents. He was due to appear in court in New York this coming Thursday, having been convicted for falsifying business records to cover up an affair with a porn star, a guilty verdict Trump says he'll appeal. But the judge confirmed the sentencing is now officially delayed until mid-September, after Trump argued his conviction should be overturned due to Monday's landmark Supreme Court ruling, which also means a trial into his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election is further postponed. In other news, Hurricane Beryl continues to barrel its way through the Gulf of Mexico, having wreaked devastation and caused casualties in the Caribbean. Here's Nick Harper.
It's causing incredible damage, sweeping away homes, destroying infrastructure. It's passed through Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Many there are now without power, and the Prime Minister of one of the islands has described immense destruction, with around 90% of the houses either damaged or simply destroyed. The World Meteorological Organization is warning that Beryl is setting a very dangerous tone for the upcoming hurricane season.
In India, dozens are dead after flooding in the northeastern state of Assam, and further west in Uttar Pradesh, more than 100 people were killed in a stampede at a religious event. Police have made arrests. Lastly, back to the UK, where American singer Sabrina Carpenter has broken a chart record, becoming the first female artist to hold both the number 1 and number 2 positions for 3 consecutive weeks. Please, Please, Please remained in top spot, while her previous single, Espresso, held on at number 2. The Beatles achieved the same feat all the way back in the 1960s. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent
would you look at that? Another weekend done gone. First for Steve Summers, it was a long weekend. All right, hope you had a good Independence Day as we kick off a brand new week back to the old grind. We settle in, back in the saddle again, right? As they say, close out Independence Day weekend, 8th day of July. That's what we'll be making our way into from time zone to time zone. So, good evening for most of the country. Good morning for the folks in the Eastern time zone as we have crossed over the midnight hour. So, how was your weekend? Everybody made it safely through all those holiday travels? Got millions of air travelers busy at the airports. And for some of those last-minute travelers, some folks are going to have a difficult time reaching their destinations, as undoubtedly air travel is going to be impacted starting later this morning. Of course, at this point in time, we've got a big storm system. Beryl. All eyes are focused on Beryl. Yeah, the same system we were tracking last week. Impacting, devastating some of the Caribbean islands. Then as we headed into the holiday weekend, it was Jamaica. Hard hit there. Then it was onto the Yucatan Peninsula there in Mexico. Definitely weakened the storm system down into a tropical storm. I have not seen the 11 o'clock Eastern Time update. The anticipation is Beryl is going to re-strengthen to hurricane status at the last minute before making landfall across the eastern Texas coast hours from now, early Monday morning. Obviously, preparations should have been completed hours ago. Beryl forecast to bring damaging winds, storm surge flooding, inland flooding from rain, damaging wind gusts, and even tornadoes. The effects from this storm will be felt far away from the Lone Star State this week, as it's going to race to the north and east, kind of cutting a swath right through the central portions of the country, and eventually reaching the Great Lakes region, bringing heavy rain and the continued risk for a few tornadoes. Well over a week after forming in the Atlantic, Beryl was lining up for a third landfall early in the new week here, this time in the United States. As it barrels toward Texas this past day, again, despite an expected loss in wind intensity after making landfall, impacts will not end in Texas, but rather expand across the central states, as we mentioned, into a portion of the Great Lakes later this week. Flooding rains, a few twisters will be the primary concerns as what's left of the storm works its way through the heartland of the country. Second tropical system to affect Texas after Alberto last month, and the first to make a U.S. landfall this season. Beryl is now mere hours away from moving inland over Texas, churning over the Gulf of Mexico, reorganizing over the past day after losing a lot of the wind intensity over the Yucatan Peninsula late last week and through the weekend, despite struggling since then with dry air and strong winds aloft some wind shear, which are both detrimental to the health of a tropical storm. It's moving over very warm Gulf waters now, and likely again to be a hurricane before coming ashore later on tonight, early Monday morning. Forecast now says expect a landfall on the Texas coast early Monday between Port O'Connor and Matagorda. Now, well in advance of the center of the storm, some of the outer rain bands could bring some flooding downpours and the risk of tornadoes to eastern Texas, including some of the highly populated areas like Houston. Now, as I look at the current radar scene, some of those bands are moving ashore, but still south of the Houston area. If we can zoom in a little bit here, yeah, we're seeing some pretty heavy rains in that zone from just east of Victoria to west of Galveston. In that zone, some of those heavy bands already coming ashore. You can see the center of circulation a little bit disorganized off the coast, but will continue to follow through the overnight hours into a new day. The area near landfall will also have to endure the strongest winds, which they're anticipating will range from 80 to 100 miles per hour. Yeah, tropical storm and near hurricane force winds can also stretch far away from the center here on Monday, impacting cities from Brownsville to Corpus Christi to Houston and Tyler, Texas. I mean, there's still a chance it could strengthen beyond a Category 1 before making landfall, which would only magnify the effects of the wind. We're going to be talking downed trees, power outages, significant property damage. According to AccuWeather, power outages may last for days or possibly weeks in the hardest hit areas. The most intense rain will range from 8 to 12 inches in most areas. That'll occur near the storm's landfall location and along the east central Texas coast, extending on up into Houston and Tyler, Texas. Many of these same spots in that zone have already had a wet spring and early summer. We've already seen some deadly flooding in those areas. Plus, you've got the tornado risk that will exist ahead of and during and after the landfall, mainly to the north and east of the storm's center. It's nearly impossible to predict exactly where a tornado, which will often be obscured by heavy tropical rains, will occur. So, obviously, residents and businesses, please have a way to receive your warnings. All right, as is typical with most tropical cyclones, after moving inland, it will quickly lose the wind intensity as it moves north into Texas on into early this week. The similar impact was observed last week in Mexico, where Beryl made its second landfall after grazing Jamaica and making landfall with other of the islands there in the Caribbean last week. While the threat of tornadoes will be greatest in Texas early this week, that risk could extend across parts of the Mississippi and Ohio valleys and as far north and east as maybe the eastern Great Lakes by midweek this week. These tornadoes can be particularly dangerous as they can develop very quickly in some of these fast-moving thunderstorms, obscured by downpours or darkness if they occur during the nighttime hours. Of course, heavy rains besides Texas. Forecasters are telling us this storm could bring at least an inch of rain to nearly a dozen other states, from Louisiana all the way up into New York this week. The storm's tentacles will even reach into Canada by late this week. It looks like we'll be talking about Beryl for several days to come. After the storm's track through Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana through late Tuesday, where up to 8 inches of rain could fall, the storm's going to be moving pretty fast, so much of that rain will come down in a matter of hours. So obviously for those travelers trying to move the freight out there, reduced visibility, and flash flooding may occur on some of our highways. From Detroit to Indianapolis, Little Rock to St. Louis, among some of the cities where several inches of rain could fall from Beryl this week. So again, slow travel, airport delays, despite the prospects of tropical downpours impacting travel and summer plans. Some folks along the path of the storm are actually looking forward to receiving a dousing of rain from Beryl, which finally, over the Independence Day weekend, it was actually, we got some decent rains there on Thursday, but it was out of here in time for most of the region for the fireworks in the evening. Same, we saw some showers on Friday as well, but it was some much-needed rainfall. All right, we'll cover other areas around the country as we look at the weather map. The heat is on out west. Yeah, we're talking from the U.S.-Canadian border to the U.S.-Mexico border. Areas from Arizona, all of California, Nevada, western portions of Utah, much of Oregon, Washington, on up into Idaho, and even western Montana, where we have heat advisories and, in many cases, excessive heat warnings. It was a hot weekend, and we've got several days yet to come of heat out west. Obviously, a lot to catch up on since it's been a few days since we've been behind the microphone here. What's been happening? We'll start digging into it after a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get some of our listening friends checking it out of the box here, coming up via the Facebook feed. Let's jump right on board. Hey, good morning, Captain Ron.
Happy greatest day of the week. So, did you have trouble finding your way into the secret bunker this morning?
Let's see.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a while, yeah. See if we still can remember how all this stuff works.
It's been a long time since you've been off that many days.
It has, yes.
I don't think you had been off that many days.
Mm-hmm.
Since you've been in the new studio.
Yeah, you're right.
So, welcome to the week-long DOT blitz.
Oh, yeah.
This week.
Yeah, Operation Safe Driver Week.
Yeah. Joy, joy. Of course, they're just going to be looking at the trucks. They don't care about the cars, in my opinion.
All right.
So the wife had sinus surgery Friday morning. That was her fourth one that she's had. She gets those polyps in her nose
Yeah.
And then the upper cavity sinuses she was getting a bunch of sinus infections, and they never would go away. I'm guessing because those upper sinus cavities were blocked and couldn't get medicine in there to it. So they had to go in and dig those out. I don't know. See how long this one lasts, I guess.
So how's she feeling? She doing all right?
Yeah, I think she's doing pretty good. She thought she was going to be able to go to work tomorrow, but I think she's changed her mind.
Yeah.
I think it was a little worse than what she thought it was going to be. But I came home, I don't know, a few years ago, and I walked in and I said, "Don't you smell that?" And she says, "No, what?" And I said, "Start opening the windows. We've got a natural gas leak." The pilot lights on the stove had went out.
Wow.
So it's a pretty dangerous situation for somebody that doesn't have their sense of smell. I mean, you may not think about it too much, but it's pretty important. So that was kind of scary. We'll see how long this lasts. They go in and clean those polyps out and the scar tissue from the other surgeries and all of that, you know. So we'll see what happens. I hope it'll work for a while. She was supposed to do a shoulder surgery the 8th of August, but I don't know if she's going to now or not. After going through this one, I don't know if she wants to have another surgery that quick.
I don't blame her.
She's got two torn. Yeah, she's got two torn, I don't know, ligaments or whatever in her shoulder. And she would be in a sling 6 weeks at least for that. So, anyway, it's a nice, cool 80 degrees here just north of Gainesville, Florida.
I was going to ask you about. I think you guys in Florida had a pretty a hot 4th of July, didn't you?
Yeah, we've been getting heat advisories every day. I mean, it just blows our phones up and Alexa up every morning. Heat advisory, heat index. It was pretty brutal, but it's no different than being up north. You know, in the snow, you just stay in the house when it's too hot.
Mm-hmm.
But at least when you got to go buy groceries, you don't have to put on 5 layers of clothes. You know. But, yeah, it was a good 4th. Heard a few fireworks. We don't get to go to any of the fireworks shows because our dog is terrified of noises.
Mm-hmm.
How's Turbo do on thunderstorms and fireworks?
He's awesome with it.
Good.
I mean, you know, he doesn't like to be right up. You know, if he sees me opening a pack of firecrackers, he'll kind of get over by the door. But he don't get under the bed or you know, crap the bed or anything. He's pretty good with it.
Our dog is horrible. We've tried trazodone and all these other medicines for that, and just nothing works. Well, I think you're up against the clock, so I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be listening in on the app.
As always, enjoy your greatest day of the week. Captain Ron, thanks for checking in. So we get a news break here. What's been happening? Dial up, give us a full report at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap election. The New Popular Front is on course to win the greatest number of lawmakers, but falls short of having a majority in parliament. The results were a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Ross Cullen reports.
Jubilation on the left, disappointments on the far right. They had been leading the pre-vote polls and they won the first round of France's general election last week. but they are now set to finish third if the exit poll projection is right. They were lamenting the performance. They said that they had been undone by dangerous electoral arrangements. That was the words of Jordan Bardella speaking a bit earlier on Sunday evening. He was criticising the deals done between the centrist government and the left-wing opposition, who refused to field candidates against each other to try to reduce the risk of the anti-far right vote splitting, and that strategy seems to have worked.
At least 4 House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting with Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, according to US media reports. The president has been facing growing concern about his mental fitness following his stilted debate against Donald Trump. This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the 4 Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. And Moscow celebrates Family Day as the Kremlin enforces traditional family values. This has become one of the core nation-making ideas in modern Russia. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Russia is celebrating the Day of Family Love and Faithfulness on Monday as the country's leadership pushes traditional values' importance. The holiday has been in the calendar for a while, but as the country is struggling with its shrinking population, the day is getting a more important meaning. It is also known as the Day of St. Peter and St. Fevronia, the Orthodox patrons of marriage. 2024 has also been declared the Year of Family in Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin said the main purpose of the family is about having children and preserving centuries-old history, culture, identity, and national character, all rooted in the family. Traditional family values have become one of the core nation-making ideas, especially as a counterweight to the Western liberal ideas in the society. So the officials in Russia are expected to further give priority attention to strengthening the institution of the family and demographic programs.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello to Philly Dan. Joining us on a Monday. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. Marianne in the house. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Outside doing some yard work this past day. Hello to Roy. Dave's on board. Dave Foltz, hope you had a great time off. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. There's Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. 79 degrees in West Nyack, New York, as he's headed for Hartford tonight. All right, Miss Melly, what's going on? Hello, Steve, all the overnight fans. Hopefully everyone had a good 4th. Happy birthday, Amelia. Everybody be careful, stay safe, and as always, be blessed. Have a wonderful week ahead. Good morning to all and good night to me. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. How was it working over the Independence Day weekend? Kind of crazy out there, I bet. Yes, it is the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. As Steve raises the FR3 antenna, the stick shed eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane or the overnight drive will run you over. Let's go, hammer down. Time to dial it up at 844-844-3388. Be part of the show. That's right, don't be a scarecrow. Well. Sounds like the Democrat Party is maybe stuck with the big guy, which is fine with me, he said. Let's just speed things up and vote tomorrow. Get her done so we can get back to normal. It is that time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. Turn up the volume. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. All right, are you with me? Hello, Glenn. Good morning, everybody. Be safe out there. Kevin says, hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Back to the regular job. The fireworks shows are almost done for the month. I did 7 of them this past week. Busy, huh? Oh, there's Cookie. It's been a while. Cookie here. It's been a while since I've tuned in. New intro song? Yes, indeed. None other than Josh Malloy. That's a song entitled 1,000 Miles. All right, good to have you with us there, Cookie. Hope all's going well in your world. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, bull hauler. 73 degrees in Yukon, Oklahoma. Welcome back from some nice time off. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck wound up, and we're making another on the patented high-speed trips. I'm seeing some pretty heavy lightning to the south and a starlit sky overhead. This is summertime in the heartland, Steve. A special, very special, one night only shout-out to Philly Dan to start off the week. There you go. Brain Dead. Well, happy Friday Eve for him. 82 degrees at Memphis International Airport. Very humid. Makes it feel like 89 at this hour. It's good to see that you're tanned and rested from your vacation. Send you something over the weekend about the Kroger and Albertsons merger. Yes, I've got that. I did print that up indeed. I'll try to check in later. Yeah, some opposition to that merger, apparently. Lawsuit being allowed to go forward. I believe that was in the state of Colorado. Got all the details coming up. Hello to Gary. Morning, Steve. Hope you had great time off. Well deserved. Larry Johnson, 78 degrees south of Salt Lake City tonight. Southbound I-15, headed to Southern California. Everybody stay safe out there. All right, Tanya, welcome back, Steve. Hope you had a great long holiday weekend. Glad to see you still have all your fingers. Yes, indeed I do. But you know, we had talked about this going into the weekend. I think Heatwave mentioned that one of the last calls of the program going into my time off there. Talking about it, maybe it was Brother Rambler, matters not, but talking about people doing stupid things with the fireworks and not realizing that some of these mortars these days, the power, had another scenario, a guy, I think it was in South Carolina, had a big Uncle Sam outfit on and held up one of those, I think it was one of the mortars, but pretty much when that thing goes off, dead instantly. I mean, the power of these things, it's not something to play around with. So, there were several fatality incidents over the weekend involving fireworks. Anyway, Jacob, hello, Steve Summers. The overnight drive, 75 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. Hello, young Colton. I received the package you sent me in the mail. Thank you so much for what you sent me. I like everything. And I did opening up the package on Facebook. You're more than welcome. Colton, hope you enjoy. Thanks for being a part of the show there. All right, and anybody else? Russell, hello, Steve. Hope all is well at the Secret Bunker. I hope everybody had a good July 4 weekend. 70 degrees, Dayton, Ohio. Truck drivers, y'all be safe out there. Have a good day. Keep it between the ditches. And everybody, have a good day. There's Buckeye Boy. What's going on? We're in Murray, Utah tonight. 76 degrees. Got my delivery off in Park City, Utah after climbing a 10% grade to get there. It took a little bit, and it will not be fun going down when I reload on Wednesday. Still have a leak in the pool after the pool guy replaced the stripping around the stairs. Now he thinks maybe it's the main drain, so he's got to dive down with some scuba gear to check it out, which he should have done when he put in the new liner. We are not happy. I'm probably going to have to drain it again to completely repair the drain. Your Buckeye Boys pool has been a proverbial nightmare this year. Got an early tea time tomorrow, though, so I'll catch the podcast there on Monday. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Let's see. Jerry said the guy that put one on his head, he blew his head off. Yeah, that's play silly games, win silly prizes. That's very, very sad, though. All right, right on the heels of the holiday travel weekend, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance is hitting the road with Operation Safe Driver this week, the annual enforcement blitz, which they say is both on personal and commercial vehicles, started this past day, started Sunday, runs through the 13th. They announced that their member agencies will be focused on unsafe driving behaviors. Specifically, they mentioned law enforcement will be watching for speeding, distracted driving, following too closely, as well as drunk or drugged driving. Every year they focus enforcement efforts on specific offenses. For this year's event, it is reckless, careless, or dangerous driving. Now, the Alliance defined those offenses as any person who drives a vehicle in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property. That would be driving recklessly. Now, careless or dangerous driving is defined as operating a vehicle without due care and attention or reasonable consideration for other motorists or people on the road. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reported that traffic fatalities do continue to trend downward through the first quarter of 2024. According to the NHTSA, there were 8,650 traffic fatalities in the first quarter of this year. Now, that represents a decrease of more than 3% compared to the first 3 months of last year. A drop in traffic fatalities occurred in 2 of the first 3 months of this year. It was a 9.4% decrease in January, down 4% in February. Traffic deaths actually were up by nearly 4% in the month of March. All right, distracted driving. Results in a recent study point to a dramatic increase in distracted driving. Cambridge Mobile Telematics released their State of Distracted Driving in 2023 and the Future of Road Safety back in mid-spring. According to their numbers, distracted driving increased by 20% from 2020 to 2022. Two of the key metrics, phone, motion, and screen interaction, were up 21 and 23% respectively. The worst offenders were more than 240% more likely to crash versus the safest drivers. Drivers interacted with their phones on nearly 58% of trips last year. More than a third of phone motion distractions occurred at speeds above 50 miles per hour. The report also suggests that more than a third of crashes happen within 1 minute after a driver interacts with his or her phone. All right, stay off the phones. It is 844-844-3388 on a Monday. And hello, pup, what's going on out there? How was your weekend?
Oh, it was great. We had a great time out here. How did you guys do?
All said and done, good weekend. Really enjoyed the local. We did the professional fireworks display for the first time. That was just a few miles from the home 20, and that was Wednesday night.
I don't blame you one iota, because the box that I used to buy was around $500, and it went up to $1,200, and I thought, I'm not paying that kind of money.
Mm-hmm.
And everything. So, did you get that picture that I sent you?
I did, and that was somebody, family member, was at I guess that's the Texas coast, the Gulf Coast, right?
My dad lives in Edwards Landing, and it's in between Houston and Galveston, and that's just one of those outer bandings.
Mm-hmm.
Holy smolies, I couldn't imagine what the full force of it is, but he's all hunkered down and has everything boarded up and stuff, so it's not his first rodeo.
Mm-hmm. So last I saw, they're talking about, I guess, the official landfall about 3 o'clock Central Time this morning. That was the last update I saw.
Yeah, that's the way he was talking and stuff. And he's, like I said, it's not his first rodeo.
Yeah.
But, no, did you guys enjoy the weekend? My gosh, it was such a beautiful weekend. The humidity dropped and everything, and was able to go swimming and all that stuff.
Yep.
You can't beat that.
Yeah, got some much needed rainfall, kind of in between, but yeah, I mean most of the days were pretty nice for my entire 5 days.
Yeah, we had a really nice rainfall there on Tuesday, I believe, maybe Wednesday. We had a inch and a quarter here, so
yeah,
the crops really enjoyed that. So, all right, Steve, I just wanted to shoot the breeze with you and have a good evening. I'll be listening.
All right. Thanks for checking in here early in the week, pup. Have a great morning. All right. So plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Let me see. Rubber Duck. Let's see. Who's this new guy in Steve's chair? It's me. Hello, Dennis. You said, glad everyone's still with us. Good morning, friends. Steve, can you say the name of that singer again who sings that 1,000 Miles song? I've been trying to find it. Can't find it anywhere. Josh Malloy. Josh. Josh Malloy. Meloy. If you go to YouTube, yeah, that song is 1,000 Miles. from the album that just dropped here a few weeks ago. The full album is now available. Yeah, several really good tunes on there. The name of the album is Where You Came From, Josh Malloy. All right, there's Dave, 78 degrees, and all heck's about to bust loose. According to the weatherman here deep, deep in the heart of Texas, we live about 130 miles in from the coast, but we're in the direct path of the storm after it makes its turn west and comes through towards Texas, toward Louisiana and Arkansas. So you'd obviously be in that zone where you're looking at a lot of rain, some flooding rain here Monday into Tuesday. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do we have? About 8 before the hour. The fallout continues following what was the disastrous debate performance by Joe Biden. And the expectation was he would redeem himself with a sit-down interview on ABC News and a primetime special with George Stephanopoulos, which that also turned out to not be beneficial. Looking at some of the headlines, I mean, the rumor mill, what can you believe? You hear Biden out there on the campaign trail over the weekend, continuing to deny any of these reports that he's contemplating dropping out of the race. Nonetheless, one after another report alluding to that. Top headline from Newsmax: House Democrats call on Biden to drop out of race. Several ranking lawmakers told House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries that the president needs to step aside. Let's see. As calls mount to end campaign, embattled Biden hits the trail. Next headline: Hawaii governor: Biden could decide in days to quit. Let's see. Next headline: the Democrats who are calling on Biden to step aside. That report would tell you who's actually making those calls. David Axelrod, that next headline. Biden proves delusional, in denial. And move over to a couple of full reports. In the swirl of speculation over what President Biden will do as his campaign becomes the subject of increasing disdain, comes a prediction that he will leave the Oval Office. Tom Fitton, president of Judicial Watch, says the buzz he's hearing is that Biden will not just quit the race, but the White House. Now, that goes against Biden's public comments Friday at a Wisconsin rally, insisting emphatically that he's going to stay in the race. But all this comes amid growing discontent with his candidacy. Now, Fitton posted on social media last week, I've been hearing that he's going to resign on Monday. Now, that would be today. He said the information I have is pretty reliable. Sure enough, the Biden people are putting out there and leaking that he's considering not running for president, stepping aside from the campaign. But given the reasons for him having to do that, the cognitive fitness, it stands to reason he's going to have to leave the presidency as well, he said. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we should be asking tough questions of Vice President Harris and his cabinet about what they knew and when about what everyone now knows is his remarkable cognitive challenges that it looks like to many Americans make him unfit to be president. Now, he made similar comments on several radio programs on Victory News. He said the question is, if he can't be a candidate because of cognitive challenges, how can he continue to be president? The eventual resignation is what we are facing here. In an op-ed for The Atlantic, Adam Serwer said the logical implications of Biden's problems are clear. He must resign the presidency. He said the simple fact remains that if one believes he cannot campaign or debate successfully, then he cannot run the country currently. Now, amid all the pressure on Biden to drop out, work in the White House, they say, is being impacted. According to the report from Axios, everyone's miserable. Senior advisors are in a total black hole. Even if you're trying to focus on work, nothing's going to break through or get any acknowledgement. That was, again, Axios reported being told by a White House official that they did not name. So all this, anonymous discussion, a separate report we'll get to coming up here. President Biden has told a key ally that he knows he may not be able to salvage his candidacy if he can't convince the public in the coming days that he's up to the job. And those scenarios on and on. And all right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general election. The new Popular Front is on course to win the greatest number of lawmakers, but falls short of having a majority in parliament. The results were a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Ross Cullen has more.
Jubilation on the left and real disappointment on the far right. The National Rally Party won the first round of France's general election last week, and they were leading all the pre-vote polls this week, but they have eventually finished in third place. Emmanuel Macron's party managed to claw their way back from finishing third in the first round. They will now be the second biggest grouping in Parliament, but the success of Sunday night was certainly for the new Popular Front, the left-wing coalition of four parties which will have the greatest number of seats in Parliament. The French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal has offered to resign on Monday morning, handing in that letter to Emmanuel Macron, but there's no guarantee that the President will accept that letter. He may ask Mr Attal to stay on through the Olympic Games and throughout the summer to try to provide some semblance of political stability, but eventually the voices from the winning left-wing coalition will grow very loud in Emmanuel Macron's ear, demanding that he appoint a left-wing Prime Minister.
At least four House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting, according to US media reports. There has been growing anxiety within the president's own party about his mental fitness following his stilted debate performance against Donald Trump. Jagrati Dave is in Washington, D.C.
This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the four Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. I'm Jagrati Dave in Washington.
Japan and the Philippines have agreed to a new defense pact after their foreign and defense ministers held talks in Manila on Monday. Chris Gilbert has more.
And experts are pointing to the fact that this deal with the Philippines may help pave the road as a stepping stone to other kinds of trilateral or multilateral agreements as a framework potentially between Japan, the Philippines and Australia, or Japan, the Philippines and Vietnam. This is incredibly good news for the US, which has been looking to build a mesh, a multilateral framework to effectively build a front to hem in the influence of China from Japan through Guam, the Philippines, Australia, and even as far as New Zealand.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a unique take on President Joe Biden's predicament. It comes from the only man to have beaten Biden in a primary this year. Jason Palmer was considered a maverick, a venture capitalist who put his name forward for the Democratic Party's nomination in 16 states and territories, arguing that the Democrats urgently needed to pass the leadership torch to a younger generation. He lost to Biden in 15 of those races, but not in American Samoa, far off in the Pacific, where his victory was the first time any sitting president has lost a primary since Jimmy Carter in 1980.
I'm a canary in the coal mine, the fact that I won in American Samoa, but there were other canaries. Biden didn't do the Super Bowl interview, which is an incredible opportunity to speak to the American public. He's done very few, addresses to the nation on the top issues like inflation, the economy, immigration. That's not to say he's not been a great president and a incredible public servant for 50 years, but the writing has been on the wall. He even called himself a transitional president 4 years ago. I just think optimism blinds people sometimes.
Jason Palmer is joining calls for the president to abandon his re-election quest and believes the next 2 weeks will be critical in determining whether the Democrats can find their footing anew in the race against Donald Trump. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general elections. The results, a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Pressure continues to grow on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid. At least 4 House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop out during a virtual meeting. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Or maybe welcome aboard for those just joining us. As we kick off hour number 2, get the new week underway, making our way into a Monday, 8th day of July. All right, got the very latest during the news break there. Beryl has indeed strengthened to Category 1 hurricane as it marches toward the Texas coast, putting residents obviously on edge as forecasters expect the storm to make landfall early this morning. Sustained winds indeed increased to 75 miles per hour late Sunday, upgrading to Category 1, according to the National Hurricane Center, citing National Weather Service Doppler radar near Houston and reports from an Air Force Reserve Hurricane Center aircraft as of 11 p.m. Central Time. Storm was centered about 65 miles south-southeast of Matagorda, about 105 miles east of Corpus Christi. Now, impacts, strong winds, heavy rain, rough seas will begin in coastal Texas well before landfall. Some of the outer rain bands began to reach the Texas coast Sunday night, shortly before 9:30 Eastern Time. Winds are first expected to reach tropical storm strength by late Sunday, so as we speak. In most extreme cases, parts of Texas could see more than a foot of rain and winds approaching 100 miles per hour. Forecasters warn of dangerous storm surge and flash flooding overnight along the Texas coast. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said in an afternoon update, Beryl's expected to land between Corpus Christi and Galveston. Do not underestimate this storm, he says. Don't turn your back on Beryl. Now, he's acting governor at the moment while Governor Greg Abbott is on an international trip. This is a serious storm, he said. Where it lands, there's going to be significant devastation. Power's going to be out. Structures will be blown over. Streets will be flooded by heavy rain. In the storm's path, multiple local authorities had advised folks to evacuate Obviously, folks spent the weekend boarding up windows, stocking up on supplies. Yeah, many filling up on gas as they were fleeing town. The U.S. Coast Guard has shut down the port of Houston as of Sunday afternoon in anticipation of Beryl. They have also closed the ports of Texas City, Freeport, and Galveston in Texas. Schools in Southeast Texas issued closures for Monday. The Houston Independent School District, the largest school district in Texas, said all of its schools and offices will be closed on Monday and Tuesday. I don't know, is this part of the country? I mean, some places they do the year-round school thing. I mean, most kids are out for the summer right now, but in Corpus Christi, city officials advise residents to stay indoors, secure outdoor objects. The Caller Times, part of the USA Today network, reported the National Weather Service's local office warned of significant damaging winds in addition to rain and flooding. Will Beryl hit Houston, the nation's fourth biggest city, is in the crosshairs. The greater Houston area, particularly the western half of the metro area, will see some significant effects in the form of strong battering winds, in addition to heavy rainfall. Rainfall totals could reach 15 inches in some areas, according to the Weather Service, which obviously would lead to flash flooding. The very latest from USA Today here this early Monday. All right, it is 844-3388. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Glad to see you got all your digits. Well, that was a sigh. Am I wrong?
No, I've got them all. I got off cheap, Pappy. I had to get something, but I ended up. I went up and I got one box of remember the Excalibur? You bought me a box a couple of years ago. I got one box of those. Yeah. So $125. Yeah, one box of those and a brick of firecrackers. That's it. That's all I spent. $125.
That's it?
That's it.
Well, I thought that weren't the neighbors supposed to kind of like chip in because they wanted to see a show too?
All talk, no action. You know how that works out.
Oh. Man, ain't that a bummer? But them Excaliburs, man, they're pretty bad.
They are.
Steve, I'll tell you what, man. 4th of July night, I'm driving around. I'm thinking to myself, man, it doesn't seem like it has in the last couple years, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, do people just not have the money? You know, what's the deal? They on Harrison Community Center. I don't know if you heard about this, but they usually have a show. And so I'm thinking, maybe I'll movie on up that way. Get to the top of the hill there on Carolina Trace and cut down Marvin. Down towards the end of Marvin. You're up on a hill, you can oversee the community center there. I'm waiting. I was like, man, it's 10 o'clock. What the heck, right?
Mm-hmm.
I gave it a few more minutes. Maybe I'll make my way on down. Maybe it's not tonight. So I drove down towards the city, and every parking lot is filled full of people sitting on their hoods. And finally, I sent a Harrison officer message. Hey, what's up? Well, they're having technical difficulties. Steve, they didn't set them off until after midnight.
Wow.
And I think everybody went home.
Whoa.
So I'm sure there was probably a lot of unhappy campers. But, you know, hey, technical stuff, man, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
And then Friday night, same way. It wasn't, there's a guy down the end of the street here. Man, he usually puts on a show, and I'm thinking, man, well, I guess, money's tight, Then Saturday night rolled around, and holy moly, Steve. You would have thought it was the 4th of July. I guess everybody, for some reason, was waiting for Saturday.
Waiting for the weekend, yeah.
I guess because they didn't have to go to... Yeah, I guess. Guy down the street, man, he put on another big show there. Went on for like 45 minutes. I mean, he outdoes the Harrison Community Center fireworks. And that, that's saying something. So, yeah, but it was a busy weekend. I mean, typical holiday weekend type stuff, But hey, man, listen, Steve, I'm doing a little homework here. From what I'm hearing is that these big mega donors are bailing out on Biden.
Right. Yep.
But 2/3 of Biden voters want him to stay in the race. You hear that?
2/3. Wow.
A poll came out. 2/3 of them want him to stay in the race. So, but the big donors, they're like, we're pulling on money, man. Abigail Disney. Wonder if Philip can elaborate on her. She's the granddaughter of Roy Disney, one of the original founders of Walt there. And she's supposedly like a mega donor to the Democrat Party. Steve, she came out saying, I'm pulling all my funding and I'm recommending everybody else vote. I don't know. And Steve, here's what's funny. Is you got the Democrat ruling elites, right? What do they all say? They all say that Trump and his supporters are a threat to democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the very ones trying to defranchise the people, the Democrat voters, of who they want to run. It all goes back to the big money, these elites. I don't know. We're going to see what happens. Now, I'm getting information. I don't know. What have you heard? Have you heard that they can't replace him with nobody? All this talk about who they're going to replace him with, they can't. He has all the delegates. I thought if he did the old Johnson deal, right? I will not accept the nomination. I'm dropping out. He would remain president until Inauguration Day, and then whoever wins the election would get sworn in. But he cannot give them delegates to anybody. It's what I thought he could. I know if he stays in, they legally can't take him from him. So if he refuses to leave, there's nothing they could do. But I thought if he dropped out, that he could give his delegates, I don't know, to somebody else, say Michelle Obama. But now I'm hearing, I don't know. I don't know that much about the Democrat party, and how their whole shenanigans run over there. But I'm hearing he can't give them to anybody. If he drops out, it's Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Then I was hearing that all his millions and millions of dollars cannot be transferred to anybody else neither. So, in other words, I don't know, say they were thinking about putting Michelle in. He just can't take that money and transfer it over to her. He's got to give that money all back to whoever donated it. And they say there's some very, very tricky legal stuff behind it. So I don't know. They're in trouble, Steve, and they are melting down. There is a civil war going on in there. Make no mistake about it, but maybe Vic can enlighten us. There's somebody else out here that knows a little bit more about.
Right, because everything comes down
their
to
policy.
The Democrat convention is when they officially nominate someone. Now, I don't think those delegates are necessarily required. They always say that the delegate can switch their vote. If I guess they hold like one vote, and if someone doesn't get the majority or the magic number, then they hold another vote and another vote, and until somebody reaches the threshold. That's the way I thought conventions worked.
Well, yes. I know there's different rules for the Democrats and the Republicans. Mm-hmm. Now, my understanding, too, is because he's an incumbent president, right? He's a sitting president right now. And he literally won the primary. That's who the Democrat people voted for. He has all the delegates, so I just don't see, if he decides to drop out, how he can transfer all that to somebody else besides Conway. I don't know. We need an expert, Steve.
Right.
Hey, did you hear he had a meeting with 20 of his governors, 20 Democrat governors? And supposedly, after the meeting, they were all coming out saying, hey, we're 100% for the big guy. And then they started dropping leaks. These governors were even kind of turning against him. I guess one of the leaks that was put out by the governors, that in this meeting with these 20 governors, Biden admitted to him that he needs more sleep. That he kind of gets less work done, and he has to shut down by 8 p.m.
I did see that over the weekend. He needs more rest. No more events after 8 p.m. So what's that mean? I mean, are they going to bump up the start time for the debate in September if he's still in, or?
Yeah. And then the second one, revelation of the secret doctor's visit.
Yes. That was the Parkinson's specialist, like 8 separate visits in the last year.
And then our lovely press secretary, Ms. Karine Jean-Pierre, was denying that he was seeing a doctor. Or Biden supposedly told these governors that, hey, I'm in good health. It's only my brain that has a problem. That's a quote, Steve. There's a lot of people saying, like you were talking about at the beginning of the show here, that he's probably just going to drop out. It's the first thing I heard about him resigning. I don't know why he wouldn't stay in. Just say, hey, I'm not running. Sounds like Cackles is going to be our lady. But they don't want her neither. They are in a pickle here, man.
That's the big predicament, yes.
I just hope he stays in, to be honest about it. I hope he stays in, man. Steve, if they can't replace him, and it's either him or Cackles, I'm feeling pretty good about November coming up. That don't mean we need to take anything for granted, right? We got to get out and vote. But then again, man, what are these people willing to do to stop the election from happening or whatever? I don't know. I mean, everybody now that has turned on him, Steve. These artists, they knew it. They knew this. Come on, man. All the electoral boards, the CNN, MSNBC, the whole communist media, they have known this. And now they want to try to come out and sound like, you know, hey, Biden showed some decline here.
Right, like we never knew. We had no idea.
Like, yeah, they flat out lying to us. It's remarkable how you see this stuff with your own eyes, and they tell you you're not seeing what you're seeing, you're not hearing what you're hearing. There's an old saying, believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. But Steve, I mean, some things that are right in front of your face. I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. But I hope somebody can really call and enlighten us. Because all this talk, that's all we've heard, right? For several weeks now, who they're going to replace him with. Now I'm hearing they can't. If he steps down, it's cackles, man. That's it. They can't replace him with nobody. He cannot transfer the delegates over. I don't know. We'll see. All right, man. Well, my Kelly day is tomorrow. Got Tuesday off. Won't be back till Friday. And the weather's looking good.
All right.
It's a bit warm out today. Yeah, but the granddaughter had her 6th birthday Friday. Had a little party for her today. So a little happy birthday to Ellie, if you don't mind me saying that.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Everybody be safe. Hammer down. We'll probably yak at you tomorrow night. Steve, appreciate it.
Thanks for checking in, Pappy. Have a good morning and enjoy a couple of days off, right? Like I say, you just because it's on the internet, you can't believe it. And these days, even some things you can see and still can't necessarily believe it. Thanks to the likes of artificial intelligence. Quickly, as we get news break just around the corner here, but plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Representative Burgess Owens of Utah over the weekend said the king or queen makers attending the Democrat National Convention in August should feel unburdened by what President Biden's legacy has been and put their support behind what can be a Kamala Harris nomination for the party. She kind of conjectured that in the scenario that the current vice president is being pushed as her party's presidential nominee, the Republicans' strategy should be, let her be. Just let her be who she is. She's a very unserious person, Owen said. She's not succeeded in anything she's done. As I mentioned, this is the great example of affirmative action. This is a great example of DEI. We're talking about a person who has a skin color. But skin color does not denote merit. It does not denote competency. And she is a very incompetent person. And I tell you, the American people right now, we're done with that. We want to see our country be safe. Well, yes, she was definitely what they call the diversity pick. Because Biden pretty much came right out and said the vice president will be a female, not based on skills or ability to do the job. That was prerequisite number one. Going to be a female. We'll get a quick time out here and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap election. The new Popular Front is on course to win the greatest number of lawmakers but falls short of having a majority in parliament. The results were a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Ross Cullen reports.
Jubilation on the left, disappointments on the far right. They had been leading the pre-vote polls and they won the first round of France's general election last week. But they are now set to finish third if the exit poll projection is right. They were lamenting the performance. They said that they had been undone by dangerous electoral arrangements. That was the words of Jordan Bardella speaking a bit earlier on Sunday evening. He was criticising the deals done between the centrist government and the left-wing opposition, who refused to field candidates against each other to try to reduce the risk of the anti-far-right vote splitting, and that strategy seems to have worked.
At least 4 House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting with Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, according to US media reports. The president has been facing growing concern about his mental fitness following his stilted debate against Donald Trump. This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the 4 Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. And Moscow celebrates Family Day as the Kremlin enforces traditional family values. This has become one of the core nation-making ideas in modern Russia. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Russia is celebrating the Day of Family, Love and Faithfulness on Monday as the country's leadership pushes traditional values' importance. The holiday has been in the calendar for a while, but as the country is struggling with its shrinking population, the day is getting a more important meaning. It is also known as the Day of St. Peter and St. Fevronia, the Orthodox patrons of marriage. 2024 has also been declared the Year of Family in Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin said the main purpose of the family is about having children and preserving centuries-old history, culture, identity, and national character, all rooted in the family. Traditional family values have become one of the core nation-making ideas, especially as a counterweight to the Western liberal ideas in the society. So the officials in Russia are expected to further give priority attention to strengthening the institution of the family and demographic programs.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by Science.
That was another scenario that Pappy brought up. I guess not surprising to me, but according to the report, President Biden's primary physician met with a Parkinson's disease specialist at the White House, according to the visitor logs obtained by the New York Post. Dr. Kevin Kennard, a neurologist and Parkinson's disease expert at Walter Reed Medical Center, met with Biden's top doctor, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, and 2 others at the White House Residence Clinic on January 17. Kennard has worked at the Walter Reed for close to 20 years and is cited as being a neurology specialist supporting the White House medical unit. Now we know Parkinson's is a neurological condition, gradual loss of nerve cells in the brain, resulting in various symptoms: tremors, slowness, stiffness of the limbs. It can manifest in decreased facial expressions, soft speech, posture instability. The White House has spent the last week doing damage control following that shaky, halting debate performance. They're listing all kinds of excuses. Karine Jean-Pierre Friday told reporters that the president had a verbal check-in with his doctor about a cold he had during the debate. Earlier in the week, when she was asked if Biden had seen his doctor about his cold, she said he hadn't. The White House was then forced to maneuver around that initial report after Biden told a group of Democrat governors that he had a checkup. Wednesday, Jean-Pierre said Biden had not had any kind of medical exam and responded no when asked if the president had been examined by a doctor since his annual exam in February. Now, at the time, his primary physician, Dr. O'Connor, said the president is, in his words, quote, fit for duty. Okay. So the plot thickens. Now, don't know if we'll see any impacts on prices at the pump here. The Coast Guard warned of Texas port closures from Corpus Christi to Houston, and they started restricting vessel traffic due to Beryl, which is now again hurricane, just literally hours away from making landfall. So port closures could bring a temporary halt to shipments of crude oil to refineries and motor fuels from those plants. Port condition Yankee was set by the captain of the Port of Corpus Christi on Saturday afternoon from the Colorado locks to the U.S.-Mexico border. Under that condition, all vessel movement and cargo operations are restricted, they tell us. Oil producer Shell completed the evacuation of workers from the Perdido production platform in the Gulf of Mexico ahead of the storm. Production on Perdido was shut prior to the evacuation. Shell said they also evacuated workers from the Whale platform, which is due to start production later this year. Gibson Energy, which operates a large oil terminal in Corpus Christi, said operations were continuing, but they would take further steps depending on the forecast. The latest forecast would put Corpus Christi on the dry side of the storm, where the lowest winds and the least rain would be expected, but could bring gale force winds to the port. And that's why the Coast Guard restricted traffic, or in some cases they shut the port. Most of the northern Gulf's offshore oil and gas production is east of Barrel's forecast track. However, Port Lavaca at Matagorda Bay is key for industrial and petrochemical production. They have some onshore drilling sites, oil and gas wells. The nearby port of Calhoun is a pipeline hub. The oil major Chevron, among the biggest U.S. offshore producers, said early in the weekend that production from its operated assets were normal at the time, but that was going back to Friday. We know that I listed here a bit ago, there's a handful of ports that have since been shuttered. See, the port of Houston was shut down this past afternoon. Closed are the ports of Texas City, Freeport, and Galveston. All those closed at this point in time. Senor Heatwave, how was your Independence Day weekend?
Well, I could say painful at times, but other than that, I was all right.
Good.
Oh, yeah, I tell you what. Bill Engvall was talking about in one of his skits was as a college kid jumping out of an airplane for the first time with the parachute, and how one of the twins got separated and smashed between his leg and the strap, and he was just like a paralyzed crab. Well, I have an idea of what it's like, except I didn't have one of the twins caught. It was a back spasm on top of the kidney that has the stone in it. Holy crap, you talk about not being able to move. Oy. So
was that your first ever bout with a kidney stone? I've never had one. Knock on wood.
No, it's the second one in 11 years.
Okay.
But yeah, but I mean, the stone's bad enough, but when you have a spasm, basically a cramp, right there on top of it, holy. So yeah, that was an eventful night because I was there at the VA here in Albuquerque. We had a massive thunderstorm come by and just had a deluge of rain and water come into the ER where it flooded 2 rooms. So they had to clear out 2 rooms and get all the supplies out of there. And I said, well, damn it, you've been working on this hospital ever since you built it. Why can't you find someone that's good enough to keep the roof from leaking? Jiminy Christmas. But, yeah, so, and then where my son has his house, they had a bolt of lightning hit nearby. There's a cabin over there. And the sound of the concussion killed one of his chickens. And I said, well, I'm sure they ain't laying right now. And he says, no, they're not. But he was all upset because it was his favorite chicken, the one that would climb on top of his lap and just sit there and talk to him. So, I mean, he said they had at least 6 inches of rain because his rain gauge was full. And so, yes, I'll be hauling gravel to him. But, yeah, so I ventured out here Tuesday, and they kept on asking me if I wanted to go home. I'm like, no, I can't afford to go home. Keep me out here. So they did, and 4th of July, I come into the south end of Salt Lake, and I mean the fireworks were going to nonstop to beat the band from every neighborhood around there. They had so much fireworks go off that they had a thin veil of smoke that was wafting around, and on the interstates you could see it about level with the lighting. It's like, my goodness. So I had a pretty good show on the 4th.
So even with all the dry conditions and the red flag warnings and the heat, I mean, how many wildfires did we kick off over the weekend?
Whoops, hang on a second. Dang, damn it, I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I'm sure you found it. Okay. No, there is a fire on I-70 between Richfield, Utah, and Interstate 15. It's about a 25-mile stretch. It's pretty good size. I took a picture of it. I hadn't posted it yet, but that's the only one that I am aware of. Now, with the cities, some of the smaller communities, they went ahead and they had their own fireworks displays, I'm sure. But, yeah, I guess they got special dispensation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big word for a truck driver to try to say. Dispensation. Anyways, to go ahead and do that, of course, then you got your neighborhood people blowing up fireworks. So maybe they're celebrating the last time that we're going to be free if the Democrats pull some nonsense and do what they did in 20. And I know I said I wouldn't do politics, but it just so happened to flow in pretty well. So no, yeah, just been a slow week, with the visit to the hospital. But right now I'm coming into our yard here in Albuquerque, so I'll be going home for 2 days rest at least. And I got to tell you something, and I'm sure someone will mention it before I do, but I figure I'll just get it right out in the open. No, I'm not gay. That's not it. With the medicines, over-the-counter medicines available, I had gotten Tylenol, I'd gotten Advil PM, Motrin, that's ibuprofen. Nothing worked to dull the pain after I was released from the hospital. Nothing really worked. And then I remembered Bill Cosby was talking about his dental issue that he had and what he took to kill the pain, what someone had given him. And it was Midol. And I thought, well, it's a skit, but, it is a women's medicine for, that when Ruby
the
come
cramps,
calling,
right.
I guess we'll say it nicely. Yeah. And, I looked on there and it said, take care of cramps. I thought, well, I don't have those kind, but I am suffering. And then it also said it took care of back pain. I thought, okay, that sounds okay to me. So I went ahead and took it. And lo and behold, wouldn't you know, it actually worked. It worked better than anything else out there. So I guess when I get home here and go to Walmart, I'm going to be looking for the biggest damn bottle of Midol I can get. So, excuse me. So, other than that, it's just been hot and dry wherever I went out here. So, I don't know. We're gonna make a trip up to the VA and talk to some people tomorrow. And I don't know, lounge around and try to drink some Shiner Bock to knock out that damn stone.
Uh-huh.
They say that beer has medicinal purposes, and one of them is to dissolve stones. And you get to thinking in history, there's not a whole lot of people out there that had stones that we know of. Before medicine got to be as big as it was, and before we start drinking a lot of soda waters and coffees and teas and whatnot. So, there might be something to it, and I'm going to put that to a full test, and I'll let y'all know what happens when I get back, probably Wednesday. So, anyways, so speaking of beer, so we're having a Labor Day party at the Secret Bunker, and Hot Shot Secret and Eagle Lubrications are going to be bringing the brisket, and you're going to be providing the cerveza. And what else you going to have over there?
I must be missing something. Where did I miss my invitation?
I thought you were throwing it.
Okay.
Kind of like that wrestling match we had over there a couple of years ago, huh? I mean, you got your above ground pool built up. It's already cleaned up and heated and whatnot. And yeah, I just thought we were having that. And old Wright was wanting to know who was bringing the special cigars over there.
Oh boy,
the good cigars. So, oh yeah, I understand Gilligan's talking about bringing the cicada cookbook over there, along with the delicacies of cicadas. And you know, it really ain't bad. I mean, it's kind of like unflavored bubble gum, just smacking on it. And you know, you don't eat the wings because they're a little pointy and little thin.
Crispy, yeah.
So, but yeah. So, anyways, I figure with that brisket they're gonna, you know, allegedly bring over, and all the beer you're gonna have, we can wash it down and have a good old time over there at the Secret Bunker. So, other than that, no, you know, I'll abandon the idea of going to politics right now, because I don't know about you and the rest of the folks, but I'm a little politicked out right now. You know, I think what they ought to do, well, here I go, start talking about politics again. But,
and we got 4 months, 4 months to the election.
Yeah.
You can't wait for all the advertising to really start ramping up, can you? All right, who we got? Just another day in paradise. There's Scotty coming up. First, a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, after talking to Senior Heatwave, yeah, they do have the proverbial heat wave ongoing out west in his neck of the woods. More on that coming up here first. What's going on, Scotty? What's happening?
Hightailing it back north. Got down there to Deer Park, Texas, down there to Houston, and they didn't have my load ready, so it'd be a couple days, and called the boss man, and he said, well, give me a little bit, see what's going on. He said, get the hell out of there.
All right.
So,
all right, I saw your post earlier about time to head for higher ground, so I was kind of wondering. So you were actually down there, just you're trying to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, I had to take a break before I come home, and like I said, they were first talking about me, staying there for 2 days waiting for a load, and I was like, I don't think so. I just don't, I mean, they would have, been going to a hotel, and like, I don't want to sit in a hotel when a hurricane comes in, and I mean, it's just a Cat 1, but still, I didn't want to be sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, I drove down empty and going back home empty. And I was supposed to be back down there on Tuesday morning, and I asked him, I said, well, what about that load? I said, is that, it was a different product, and they said, just come on home. We're not going to send anybody down there this week. So, I don't know what they're going to do with the other drivers that go down there if they, held them up, because, basically before the Houston's closed, basically that's, all the operations where we go, that's going to be affected too. But it rained about all day, had the outer bands coming through, but it wasn't real bad. But right there in Deer Park and everything, all that's real prone to flooding, and I've been getting alerts all day long about the flood warnings.
Yeah.
So wasn't a good place to be sitting. But like I said, I want no part of it. That year we was out there with Hurricane Wilma, I was down there in Florida for about every one of those hurricanes that year, and it's just a hindrance, But anyway,
well, I know they had they were talking about some evacuation orders. I mean, I guess that wouldn't have been Houston. That would have been down toward the coast, right?
Well, they said they had a voluntary evacuation for Galveston, and of course, I mean, I was, about 15 miles north of Galveston, can't drive it 15 miles, but, but they said, Galveston down to Port O'Connor, Port Lavaca, and, I'm sure they were probably evacuating down there, Victoria, and, because like I said, I mean, that's just all. That's sea level, and it gets pretty bad down there, and just like I said, real prone to flood. And of course the water is what does the most damage.
Mm-hmm.
The winds are going to die when it hits. But they were talking 86 mile an hour winds, what they were projecting. On the west side of Houston.
Yep.
That ain't no fun in a empty truck and trailer either.
Yeah.
But, that's what Pappy was saying a while ago, and I've heard the same thing. They cannot give that money to any of the $240 million they have in the war chest. They can't give that to anybody but Kamala Harris. So that would be the only way they'd be able to keep that money, for the presidential election.
But they could give it to her. That's interesting. All right, we got to pause there as we wrap up hour number 2.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general election. The new Popular Front is on course to win the greatest number of lawmakers, but falls short of having a majority in parliament. The results were a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Ross Cullen has more.
Jubilation on the left and real disappointment on the far right. The National Rally Party won the first round of France's general election last week, and they were leading all the pre-vote polls this week, but they have eventually finished in third place. Emmanuel Macron's party managed to claw their way back from finishing third in the first round. They will now be the second biggest grouping in Parliament, but the success of Sunday night was certainly for the new Popular Front, the left-wing coalition of four parties which will have the greatest number of seats in Parliament. The French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal has offered to resign on Monday morning, handing in that letter to Emmanuel Macron, but there's no guarantee that the President will accept that letter. He may ask Mr Attal to stay on through the Olympic Games and throughout the summer to try to provide some semblance of political stability, but eventually the voices from the winning left-wing coalition will grow very loud in Emmanuel Macron's ear, demanding that he appoint a left-wing Prime Minister.
At least four House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting, according to US media reports. There has been growing anxiety within the president's own party about his mental fitness following his stilted debate performance against Donald Trump. Jagrati Dave is in Washington, D.C.
This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the four Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. I'm Jagrati Dave in Washington.
Japan and the Philippines have agreed to a new defense pact after their foreign and defense ministers held talks in Manila on Monday. Chris Gilbert has more.
And experts are pointing to the fact that this deal with the Philippines may help pave the road as a stepping stone to other kinds of trilateral or multilateral agreements as a framework potentially between Japan, the Philippines and Australia, or Japan, the Philippines and Vietnam. This is incredibly good news for the US, which has been looking to build a mesh, a multilateral framework to effectively build a front to hem in the influence of China from Japan through Guam, the Philippines, Australia, and even as far as New Zealand.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a unique take on President Joe Biden's predicament. It comes from the only man to have beaten Biden in a primary this year. Jason Palmer was considered a maverick, a venture capitalist who put his name forward for the Democratic Party's nomination in 16 states and territories, arguing that the Democrats urgently needed to pass the leadership torch to a younger generation. He lost to Biden in 15 of those races, but not in American Samoa, far off in the Pacific, where his victory was the first time any sitting president has lost a primary since Jimmy Carter in 1980.
I'm a canary in the coal mine, the fact that I won in American Samoa, but there were other canaries. Biden didn't do the Super Bowl interview, which is an incredible opportunity to speak to the American public. He's done very few, addresses to the nation on the top issues like inflation, the economy, immigration. That's not to say he's not been a great president and a, incredible public servant for 50 years, but the writing has been on the wall. He even called himself a transitional president 4 years ago. I just think optimism blinds people sometimes.
Jason Palmer is joining calls for the president to abandon his re-election quest and believes the next 2 weeks will be critical in determining whether the Democrats can find their footing anew in the race against Donald Trump. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general elections. The results, a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Pressure continues to grow on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid. At least 4 House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop out during a virtual meeting. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Monday, I'm trying to pull up the latest as Hurricane Beryl rapidly approaching the coast of Texas. I got some updates as of 1:40 a.m. Eastern time here, so less than 30 minutes ago. How do you pronounce it? Is it Palacios, Texas? Hurricane warning, storm surge warning, tornado watch, flood watch, tropical storm winds 30 to 50 miles per hour, gust of up to 80. Winds could reach between 74 and 110. The peak winds there are expected now through 9 a.m. Eastern time. Forecasting a storm surge 4 to 7 feet there. Rainfall of 6 to 10 plus inches. The peak rainfall will fall from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. Eastern time. The heavy rains are moving in. For Galveston, hurricane warning, storm surge warning, tornado watch, flood watch. Gusts could approach 75 miles per hour. The peak winds between now and 7 p.m. Eastern. That would be a.m. Eastern, right? 4 to 6 feet above normal tide levels with the storm surge there. Yeah, pretty much the same. Rainfall 6 to 10 plus inches. A little further north for the Houston area. Tropical storm force winds 40 to 50 miles per hour possible with gusts up to 90 miles per hour. Peak winds there between 3 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Anticipating 4 to 8 inches of rain. Peak rainfall between 3 a.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern time. So it is indeed 2 p.m. afternoon time guess that was the same. They were correct there for the Galveston. Let's see. Some of the Corpus Christi tropical storm force winds expected. Gusts, wind gusts to 35 miles per hour. Isolated winds up to maybe 57 are possible there. Peak winds now through 6 a.m. Eastern time. 1 to 3 foot storm surge expected there. So it sounds like the strongest of the storm, if it is Palacios, is that the way you pronounce it?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Some of those towns down there, like I said, I don't have any idea how to pronounce them. I ain't gonna try to butcher it. I can pronounce Houston and Galveston.
Bingo.
But like I said, I mean, everybody needs to take warning down there. I mean, it's just a tropical storm, and Cat 1 still. It's the water that's going to take it. Do the most damage. It looks like.
Yep.
But I think that there were several people on some of the pages on the cruise pages. They were complaining because the ships were having to take a diverter. They were not. There was one that didn't make it to Cozumel, and they was just out there floating around at 10 knots and everything. But I mean, it's just part of it. You go on a cruise.
Yeah.
Most people don't think a hurricane's going to affect you, in June, but I mean, or July. But it's hurricane season's from the 1st of June to the 1st of November. So, I mean, we've had several of our cruises over the years that were affected. And I still had a good time.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, I don't think that affects much of what's going on in the Port of Galveston with the cruise ships, because most of their cruises go out, on Saturday and Sunday down there. I know I got a friend of mine that's fixed to go on a cruise on Thursday, I guess, out of Galveston. But of course, it'll all be clear by then. I talked to him earlier this morning, and he picked up his granddaughter at the airport in Houston, and they had some delays there, last night with some of the outer bands there. But, of course, he was driving back down to Brownsville, where he lives.
Uh-huh.
And then driving back to Galveston, Thursday, I guess.
Well, undoubtedly. I mean, how many cruises you think have had to divert from? I mean, as this thing went through the Caribbean, and then there's always people stop off in the Dominican, which those were interrupted. How about somebody that's got a port of call in Jamaica right now? I mean, on the south side, they got hammered.
Yeah. I hadn't looked at see how many of them. I mean, it happens, and of course, like I said, the pages, the people, they're complaining because they missed a call, and it's like, do you really want to go into a hurricane?
Yeah.
I doubt it. Do you want to go to an island that's been ravaged by a hurricane? I mean, we've been to several different places over the years that a hurricane had hit a couple weeks before, and like St. Kitts that one year.
Yeah.
You could see that, they done the best they could to get it cleaned up, but I mean, it was still pretty rough. I've seen some pictures of Cozumel. I guess it didn't get hit as hard as what they thought it would, but and I guess there was a ship that was back in Cozumel.
Yeah.
Already, but I mean, that stuff moves pretty quick, and they're pretty resilient. What they tell us that one year when we was in Cozumel, they got the grass roofs and everything, and they just clear the buildings out and let the hurricane come through, and then they can put a new roof on and put the stock back in and go. I don't know if you remember that conversation or not we had, but literally the roofs, they're made to blow away.
Huh.
And the buildings are resilient and hold, but I mean, it's been years since you've been to Cozumel too, I think.
Yeah. Long time.
If you remember, like I said, the grass roofs and stuff. When we was down there a couple months ago, I was telling my sister, that's she goes, well, it looks like a hurricane just blow all this stuff away. I said, well, that's what it's made to do. I said, they just come back in, they put the roofs back on. I said, they're, the buildings will stay, but, those islands are pretty resilient. Like I said, they get right back up and going. But anyway,
as you say, just
I guess
another
it's the last day.
Just another day in paradise.
Oh yeah. Today's the last day. Am I gonna pay for that cruise? I guess.
Yeah.
July 8th. But yeah, I talked to Bourbon Street Gary earlier today. I didn't realize he had canceled. He wasn't gonna be able to get vacation time.
He's because he's terminal manager now, and he couldn't get that much time off.
Right.
Yep.
Gonna miss him. Like I said, I was hoping they'd get to go. Okay, well, that's about all I got. I ain't going to get back into politics with you.
All right, good to hear from you, Scotty. Safe travels. Glad you were able to get the heck out of Dodge as they get out of Houston before things started getting pretty ugly there. And I had the radar pulled up. The first rains just beginning to move into the Houston area. You got the pretty heavy rains from Galveston to Bay City. Some of those darker red bands coming ashore, and it looks like it's kind of a disheveled center of circulation, but still a few miles offshore. Supposed to be officially making landfall here, probably within an hour's time, somewhere in that vicinity. So, meanwhile, as we've got a couple of astronauts, I'm seeing some of these stories, and I can't help but wonder: is it satirical? But it's not. As the two astronauts remain stuck aboard the International Space Station, thanks to a barrage of issues with Boeing's Starliner capsule, they said NASA is praising the aerospace company for actually getting them there in one piece, as Space.com reports, which that is not a satirical website. NASA said that despite the several issues that arose during the first days in space, the Starliner is now performing well enough that it and the former naval pilots, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who hitched a ride to the space station, will be able to stay there for as long as it takes for the agency and Boeing to figure out how to fix those problems. Despite repeated delays, warnings that the Boeing capsule craft would likely have issues, and the discovery of helium leaks prior to liftoff, NASA nevertheless went ahead with the first crewed Starliner launch in early June. To the shock of no one, it immediately ran into trouble. First, developing more leaks on its journey to the space station, then having trouble docking once it got there. Although the mission was only planned to last 10 days, that stretch keeps on growing and has now been extended indefinitely. Now, they said, we're kind of rolling our eyes too. We talked about a 45-day limit, limited by the crew module batteries on Starliner, and we're in the process of updating that limit, according to the manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Speaking to reporters at the end of last week, we've been looking at the batteries and their performance on orbit. They're getting recharged by the station, and that risk hasn't really changed. So the risk for the next 45 days is essentially the same as the first 45 days. So if you're keeping tabs, that jargony explanation for the astronauts being stranded on the space station for an indeterminate amount of time has a NASA official admitting that they could be there for 90 days total, 9 times longer than the 10 days they were originally allotted for the mission. And as Space.com notes, Starliner is technically rated to stay in orbit as long as 210 days, which would be 21 times longer than that initial 10-day window. It's a disastrous state of affairs for everyone involved, but hey, at least the capsule didn't blow up, was the report. Wow, so with each passing day, I'd be nervous as you know what, thinking about that return journey. What do you think, Philip? How long are they going to be up there?
I don't don't know. I guess that was one of them deals, you know, somebody in some office somewhere said, send it. Let's send it and let it go. You know, because of all the delays and all the stuff that's happened with it. So hopefully they can get it back down here all right. I know a lot of the stuff that needs to be worked on in it can't be done in space. You know, like those helium leaks and all that stuff, that can't be, that's like major work inside the capsule in the nose of it. So just have to see how it goes out, man. You know, hopefully it doesn't turn out like 1985 did.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's when somebody sent a shuttle that shouldn't have been sent. But you know what, the rest of that's history. But talking about this little bitty storm now, it's pretty raggedy right now. I checked it out a while ago.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean,
I'll tell you what,
the center of circulation is pretty, I don't know, disshuffled or whatever, but I guess it has been intensifying.
Oh, yeah, it's still doing an eye wall replacement before it even hits shore, believe it or not. It just ain't to the standards it was when it was down by Barbados and all that area. You know, that thing still replaces its eye wall even before it hits land, you know, as long as it isn't to the point of touching land. When it starts touching land, that's when it starts breaking down. But I'm going to tell you right now, Cat 1, that ain't nothing to play with, buddy. I had 75-mile-an-hour wind. That ain't nothing to play with. You think about your tornadoes and the storms that are around the tornado, they're 60-mile-an-hour winds. Now, you've seen how bad those are in Cincinnati. Can you imagine what they're like out there at 75? You know, but that thing was amazing in what it did. I mean, I've never seen a storm in 24 hours go from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane. I've never seen that in all my years dealing with these things down here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it was impressive. But that's some scary stuff when you see that happening in the South Atlantic and of all places. Place that's not supposed to happen. See, that's supposed to be the colder water down there, and it proved us wrong, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's what's one of them things you got to be careful with. They are a hindrance. I remember Scotty saying that just a little while ago. They are a hindrance, you know, and it's something that we deal with down here all the time. You know, our month is probably going to be September, into August, around Labor Day. Hey, Steve, you remember the Jerry Lewis telethon?
Yeah, absolutely. But years and years ago, when I was a kid, it was like a 3-day event.
Absolutely. I remember when I was a kid, first one that I can remember was in '79 at Hurricane David. Me and the dog were watching the Jerry Lewis telethon on the couch of the hurricane outside. And luckily we had power. You know, we had our power going. And it wasn't a real bad storm. It was a lot of rain. We had the Indian River overflow to come up the street. We had to wait a few hours for the water to go down. But that's, you know, always around that time frame of the year, that's when I get scared. Because, especially with a full moon, if you look at a full moon, that's usually when them things hit with us. When's our next full moon?
Oh, I'd have to double check. I'm not sure.
Because we usually get them around the full moon. That's when we get them down here. I mean, it's a given. I mean, I don't know. There's not too many of them that have passed through there around that full moon cycle. But ain't nothing to play with. So how did your 4th of July go? Or did you burn some fireworks off?
Just a very, very limited quantity. It was definitely what we would call the scaled back back version of
lighter.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Well, buddy, I hope everybody had a good one out there. So, yeah, this phone is breaking up, buddy. I'm going to get going. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right, Philip. Thank you so much. Have a good morning. It's probably because I'm trying to download when our next full moon schedule is. I was pulling that up for him. Meanwhile, I was talking about the Starliner and having the issues. That's Boeing. And as we've been following, the news for Boeing has not been good. And just this past day, Boeing agreed on Sunday to plead guilty to a felony charge of conspiring to defraud the federal government over the two fatal crashes of the 737 MAX in 2018 and 2019, according to a late-night court filing. In a deal with the department outlined in part in the court filing, Boeing has also agreed to pay a $487.2 million fine, the maximum allowed by law, and invest at least $455 million over the next 3 years to strengthen their compliance and safety programs. The company will be put on probation, supervised by the Federal District Court for the Northern District of Texas for 3 years. As part of the probation, the Justice Department will appoint an independent compliance monitor who will make sure that safety measures are in place and followed, submitting annual reports to the government. The company will face additional penalties if any of the terms are violated. The board of directors will also be required to meet with the crash victims' families. Now, that decision to plead guilty is pretty big because the company's not been convicted of a federal felony in decades. In the filing, the department described the charge of conspiring to defraud the federal government as the most serious, readily provable offense. So the deal reached this past day stems from violations of an agreement that Boeing had reached with the Justice Department in 2021 that it would make significant safety changes after those two deadly crashes. The department during the Biden administration has made it a priority to ensure that companies like Boeing follow through on those sort of agreements. Now, they made a joint filing Sunday night, notifying the district court that they had agreed in principle. In the next week or so, the formal agreement will be filed. The court would then set a hearing for the company to formally enter its guilty plea. Victims' families will be able to speak during the hearing, they say. Families of the victims who were briefed about a week ago on the general outlines of the deal had said it didn't go far enough. One of the lawyers for more than a dozen of the families said the families had sought an admission of fault in the deaths of 346 people who were killed in those crashes, which involved Boeing's troubled 737 MAX plane, Indonesia and Ethiopia, late 2018 and early 2019. Families had hoped for stiffer consequences for the company and the company's executives, including a trial. Now, the Justice Department acknowledged the family's position in their court filing this past day. In a separate document, the family said that they will object to the deal and intend to argue that the plea deal with Boeing unfairly makes concessions to Boeing that other criminal defendants would never receive and fails to hold Boeing accountable for the deaths of 346 persons. The lawyer said the government agreement is clearly not in the public interest. This sweetheart deal fails to recognize that because of Boeing's conspiracy, 346 people died. Through crafty lawyering between Boeing and the Department of Justice, the deadly consequences of Boeing's crime are actually being hidden, he says. But yeah, the hits keep on coming for Boeing. Be interesting to see with that plea deal, where does Boeing stock go here on a Monday when the markets open up, agreeing to plead guilty. I don't think that'll bode well. All right, news break just ahead here. We'll get back to the calls. Who we got on board? Brain Dead will be checking in. Vic's on board. Looks like the right-wing nut checks in as we roll on into the early hours of a Monday. Plus, promised we'd get to the big, expansive heat dome out west, bringing record heat from the deserts of Southern California northward all the way into the Pacific Northwest. Daytime highs soaring above 100 across portions of Arizona, California, Nevada, Utah, even Oregon, Washington, and yes, even Idaho, they tell us. More to come after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general election. The new Popular Front is on course to win the greatest number of lawmakers, but falls short of having a majority in parliament. The results were a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Ross Cullen has more.
Jubilation on the left and real disappointment on the far right. The National Rally Party won the first round of France's general election last week, and they were leading all the pre-vote polls this week, but they have eventually finished in third place. Emmanuel Macron's party managed to claw their way back from finishing third in the first round. They will now be the second biggest grouping in Parliament, but the success of Sunday night was certainly for the new Popular Front, the left-wing coalition of four parties which will have the greatest number of seats in Parliament. The French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal has offered to resign on Monday morning, handing in that letter to Emmanuel Macron, but there's no guarantee that the President will accept that letter. He may ask Mr Attal to stay on through the Olympic Games and throughout the summer to try to provide some semblance of political stability, but eventually the voices from the winning left-wing coalition will grow very loud in Emmanuel Macron's ear, demanding that he appoint a left-wing Prime Minister.
At least four House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting, according to U.S. media reports. There has been growing anxiety within the president's own party about his mental fitness following his stilted debate performance against Donald Trump. Jagrati Dave is in Washington, D.C.
This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the four Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. I'm Jagrati Dave in Washington.
Japan and the Philippines have agreed to a new defense pact after their foreign and defense ministers held talks in Manila on Monday. Chris Gilbert has more.
And experts are pointing to the fact that this deal with the Philippines may help pave the road as a stepping stone to other kinds of trilateral or multilateral agreements as a framework potentially between Japan, the Philippines, and Australia, or Japan, the Philippines, and Vietnam. This is incredibly good news for the US, which has been looking to build a mesh, a multilateral framework to effectively build a front to hem in the influence of China from Japan through Guam, the Philippines, Australia, and even as far as New Zealand.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
They're back on a Monday. As we close out the big Independence Day weekend. And hope you had an enjoyable weekend. I got an email earlier, a couple of them here. One from Brett in Denver, who said, Steve, just found your show. I work overnights. It's nice to have a live overnight show to listen to. Keep up the good work. All right. Good to have you with us. Thank you so much, Brett, there in Denver. There's Big John. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope you had a great vacation. Welcome back. Everybody stay safe out there. Keep it centered in the roadway from your friend, Big John. All right, the heat is on, right? We mentioned daytime highs, triple digits for a number of states out west. Seattle, you're going to be challenging daily records through Tuesday every day. So again, Monday, Tuesday. The heat can be particularly dangerous in some cities west of the Cascades. In western Washington, like Seattle, Olympia, Port Angeles, where a lot of people, believe it or not, do not have air conditioning there. Across the central valleys of California and the desert and basin regions of the Southwest, highs persisting above 110, maybe even 115 over the coming days. The all-time record of 117 was forecast to possibly be broken yesterday, Sunday. I have to double-check that. Daily records in Vegas could be challenged or broken nearly every day from now through at least next Thursday. For those that are going to be outdoors, they say the sunshine continues to expand across the west through at least midweek. Little relief for folks in terms of any shade from any cloud cover in the heart of the Southwest. Las Vegas, Phoenix forecast to have UV indexes in the extreme category, ranging between 11 and 12. We're talking, if you're out there and you don't have sunscreen on you, you can get cooked in a matter of minutes. UV levels like these, protection against sun damage is necessary for anybody outdoors, especially during the midday hours. We've got excessive heat warnings across the West, many of those lasting through at least midweek. And the record-challenging heat could continue to pose a risk for anybody working outdoors, particularly during those prime heating hours of the daytime from mid-morning through the afternoon. Forecasters do say a slight nudge in the pattern early this week will result in a bit of cooling along the West Coast, while locations further inland will continue to bake in the heat. All right, the wildfire threat continues. As of Saturday, there were 41 active fires across Oregon, 20 active fires in California. Forecasters warn the ongoing heat wave, the drier pattern, will not improve wildfire conditions across the West. All right, individuals urged exercise caution using open flames, adhere to any bans that may be in effect right now. Although surface winds will generally be light across the majority of the West over the coming days, Yeah, isolated gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour may occur from areas spanning from southern Idaho to eastern Nevada, Utah, and northern Arizona. That could cause any fires to rapidly spread and obviously pose challenges for the firefighting crews there. All right, brain dead on a Friday Eve. What's happening?
Yeah, but it feels like a Monday today, Steve, because I'm sitting here in this door. I got an issue with this trailer, and the mechanic said it is not leaving the yard. It's not passing go and collecting $200, so I got to get this load over onto a new trailer.
Oh, boy.
So here I sit going cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Yeah. You mentioned at the top of the show the whole Kroger-Albertsons merger and the story that I sent you.
Yes.
It's not just the state of Colorado. It's also Washington. Washington has also filed their own little lawsuit in all this. And it's like I've said before, follow the money. Walmart, I guarantee you, is behind it because they don't want the competition. They don't want the number of stores to go up. They want to be the big dog on the market.
Yeah.
And they have yet to fail to realize that. They did some changes to the agreement. But here's the thing that I see. I don't see it hurting people the way they keep making it out to be. When you stop and look at it, I think it was Gouger that said that Albertsons is bankrupt. So why not put these two together and save 300,000 jobs? Why not do it? Otherwise, if the bankruptcy does go through and Albertsons does have to close, you're going to have 300,000 people out of a job. And on top of that, your unemployment number is going to really go sky high. We had this whole issue with Yellow, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So why not let it go? Why not let it go and let it go through? Because, see, Schnucks had stores in Memphis. Schnucks is St. Louis based. You remember this story. And they were running down here, and they weren't making it back on time, and they had issues. So what they do? They sold the stores off to Kroger. There's a Kroger store that I go to by our local mall here that was a Schnucks store, and they converted it from the Kroger store across the street into the bigger store. Well, naturally, Kroger's going to sell off locations that are redundant. They're going to sell off locations that are not profitable. I mean, heck, Walmart's closing locations left and right because of the whole theft and the non-profitability. It's just a part of business and a part of nature. So I don't see why the uproar is. I mean, with the competition, wouldn't it lower the prices instead of raise the prices? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, Kroger's in this to make money. Walmart's in this to make money, and you just keep filling in the blank. They have to pay their employees. They have to pay their costs. They have to pay things. So naturally, they do have to raise prices here or there. But it's not an end of the world thing for me. But what's your take on it, Steve?
And the bigger a company gets like this, as far as like the grocers, when you're buying from the manufacturers, from Kellogg's or Post, the bigger orders, the bigger your buying power, you get the better deals because you're buying in the bulk, and that's the way Walmart is able to buy things in their bulk, and it goes to the distribution centers. I think it would actually probably bring prices down, in my opinion.
Right. But see, here's the thing, though, Steve. You're going to have those people that are going to whine and say Albertsons, for example, and God forbid, say Albertsons does close. You're going to have these people that are going to whine and complain and moan going, well, why didn't somebody save our jobs? Hello, you've got Kroger that's working here, but you blocked them every which way of Sunday. You've made these lawyers richer. Hey, guess what? You did this to yourself. They were seeking an alternative. They were seeking to help, and you blocked them every way. The problem is these regulators, I don't get it. I don't understand it. The only thing I know is my paycheck signed on the back of every Friday, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
So let's switch gears here. Let's switch gears here and get into some NASCAR news, because I know you were MIA all week. Drinking that 96 pack of Budweiser. 96 pack of Skullbusters.
Yes, right.
So did you? Yeah, I heard Pup made the donation this year, so I'm guessing Gilligan's going to make it for Labor Day. You heard that Chase Elliott and Hendrick Motorsports severed ties with Hooters.
Now, was that last week? When did that occur? Not. Honestly, I have been out of the mix pretty much across the board since I exited here, so I didn't have no updated NASCAR news.
Well, hang on, Gracie, because here we go. Josh Berry has officially been named driver of the 21 Wood Brothers car for next year. Now, there is no confirmation that Rodney Childress is joining him. So this puts Harrison Burton in a bad spot. Now, Harrison Burton's had kind of an okay, not the best of seasons. If I was him, I would go back to either Xfinity or Trucks and stay there for a little bit to kind of figure things out a little bit before I made the jump back to NASCAR, back to the Cup Series. Now, we do have a rumor floating around, Steve. Now, does the name Joseph Newgarden ring a bell?
I've heard the name.
Well, he's the IndyCar driver. Remember at the beginning of the season they caught up in that scandal with Penske? Well, he has said that he said he's eyeing a run in NASCAR one day, and there's even a talk of the double dip. That's going to be good. But now, Steve, how long have we been talking about these electric vehicles being junk?
Forever.
Several months now,
yes,
right?
Yes, right.
Well, NASCAR decided to unveil its electric race car this past Saturday. They partnered with ABB and Garage 56. Now, if you're not familiar about Garage 56, that's a part of NASCAR and the OEMs to build cars. Like they built that car for the 24 Hours at Le Mans. And their plan is they want to do is zero carbon emissions by 2035. And I really don't see where this is going to really help. Now, mind you, we're 10 years out from what their goal is. Maybe they can hit on something to help out. Maybe. Because they're going to do, what do you call it, a regenerative. The wheel's going to regenerate the power for the batteries, because this is one big battery pack. But
right.
They said that this will also help. This will also help when it comes to the short track and the road courses too, Steve. Now, you watched the Nashville race. Remember the 5 overtimes?
Yeah.
What is your take on that? What is your take on having the overtimes, and where do you limit the amount of overtimes?
So you're kind of talking about how like in football they've changed the rules. Used to have overtime that would go and go and go. Now it's all changed down where it's limited. Each team will get a chance to touch the football, but I don't know. Is a 2 or 3? I mean, especially in a place like, say, Daytona or Talladega, every time they have a restart like that, at the end that there's always going to be another crash.
Mm-hmm. I say do away with the overtime. That's what they did in the past, and that's why we watched in the past to see who's actually going to win the race. Is it going to be Gordon or Earnhardt or Labonte or whoever? We watched the race for that. The overtime rule to me is stupid. I mean, why do you want to keep trying to finish the race? Once it's done, it's done. Once you have completed the contractual. Once you fulfilled, say like the 266 laps. Once it's 266 laps, that's it. If it ended under caution, it ends under caution. because what they did with drying the track in the rain and everything in Nashville is really insane. And it really just wasted a whole bunch of time and money. So, but with that, Steve, by the way, you did hear about the inflation, haven't you? How bad it's getting again?
Yeah, we deal with it every day. What's the latest?
Well, now the new term for a lake by the house is a van down by the river. Bottom me.
There you go. So I'm thinking electric NASCAR. Come on. The thrill of going to the race is the roar of the engines when 43 vehicles put the pedal to the metal with no mufflers. It's the roar. It's the smell of the rubber, the fuel, the smell of being there in person. So you're going to have 43 cars that are going to go past, and what is you're going to hear like a hum? You hear nothing? Yeah, I mean, that's the Associated Press pretty much. I just pulled this up, and it's saying exactly that. Part of the experience of a NASCAR race is hearing the engine roar, the rumble of each car's approach, and the zip when it whizzes past at more than 150 miles an hour. NASCAR unveiling their first electric race car over the weekend in downtown Chicago, but it does not thunder when the Grand Marshal says, "Drivers, start your engines." It hums. Come on. They've partnered with Chevrolet, Ford, Toyota, and the electrification company ABB to demonstrate a high-performance electric vehicle, engage fan interest in electric racing. I say this is going to be a flip-flop-flop, no-go. They want to represent electric vehicles and more broadly electrification in racing as cool, fun, and accessible, according to NASCAR's head of sustainability. Associated Press got its first look at the $1.5 million prototype. The only person who's driven it so far is the semi-retired NASCAR driver David Reagan. Now, the plan over the weekend was to put the car on the Chicago street course for a few laps Sunday morning. I guess they were doing the street thing in Chicago, right? Reagan said the sound and the smell were unlike anything he's experienced since first hitting the racetrack at the age of 11. He could hear squealing tires. He could smell the brakes. In gasoline-powered cars, the engine sound and smell, the heat from the exhaust, overpower everything else. But after hundreds of laps, this time Reagan's ears weren't ringing. It was really wild, he said. Unlike your typical sports car, sports coupes, the new car is actually a crossover utility vehicle. A huge wing on the back makes it aerodynamic enough to be a race car. It accelerates almost twice as fast as top gas-powered race cars and can stop almost immediately, but its lap time in Martinsville Speedway in Virginia was 0.2 of a second slower because it takes the corner slower due to being heavier. Reagan said it may go even faster. He wasn't pushing the one-of-a-kind vehicle to its limits. Yeah, risk-taking is for racing, not testing, he says. All right. Eric Warren, who heads the global motorsports competition for GM, said market research showed more than half of avid NASCAR fans surveyed would be more interested in purchasing an electric vehicle if they were exposed to it through racing. A main message is taking care with energy and optimizing it. Okay. Warren said, "We're committed to electric vehicles. Racing gives a great platform to discuss a lot of these concepts. It's a laboratory for us to try some new technologies and learn as we educate. Okay, good luck with that. It is 844-844-3388. What do you say, Vic? How we doing? How was your 4th of July?
Oh, it was fairly calm. Yesterday, Saturday, I guess it would have been kind of like a artillery barrage for a while, and today it was very quiet. I guess they spent all their money. But anyway, that's here in these little neighborhoods like that. We had a state senator over here, Vanetta Becker, that when they legalized fireworks in Indiana, she tried to put some restrictions on it. And I guess the fireworks industry was out lobbied her or something. And she's no longer in the Senate. I don't know if she's died or not. But these little neighborhoods like that, some people get carried away with the fireworks they want to set off, and the noise and all that stuff doesn't bother me. But there's no way in the world they're going to keep some of those fireworks on their property, which they're supposed to in the state of Indiana. And the way they build these houses anymore, they're not exactly as fire retarded as they used to be. So that kind of makes me a little nervous. But other than that, that was pretty good. And I was just sitting here healing up from my dog there that kind of turned on me and stuff. And I was watching a whole lot of different YouTube things about the developments of aircraft and war and cars and everything else. I was trying to watch the race up in the road race in Chicago today, and then they hit the rain. I don't know if they ever got that started again or not. But the reason that I called in, you talking about all this safety and everything. I don't know if they really accomplished that much. Like, is it this week that they're having that CVSA thing that to where they're going to inspect all these trucks and so the people that have to run, they're going to be out there. The people that don't run legal, they're not going to be out there. And it's just the same old thing. I know they'll come up with a lot of statistics, but whether, how reflective those statistics are of the industry and just, you were talking about Boeing there a while ago, a week ago or so, I called my son and he said, well, I just got back from LAX, and what were you doing out there? I said, well, they landed one of the new Airbus airplanes out there, and so Delta decided that the quickest way for him to get training on that was to fly him from DFW to LAX so he could get some OJT stuff. And he said, but there sure is a lot of similarities to that, to the Boeing planes, and then the Boeing thing that they were all talking about, and the government finding them. Probably the reason that the people aren't very happy is Boeing has, I don't know, I'll probably be wrong on this, but their contracts with the federal government has to run into the trillions. And like when the Congress and stuff and all that flies around, I think most of them are on 737s. There's a small 757 fleet that runs out of the White House, and they have contracts all over the world with those. But the big thing with Boeing was when they left out there in Washington, where they had been for years, and real quick, Boeing, they're the ones that built the B-17, the B-29, the B-29 Super Fortress, and the B-52, and that's just, and there's other planes I guess they might have besides that. And all of those are under government contract and maintenance contracts and everything else. So that would be quite a thing. But they had their side company or subsidiary, I guess I should say, and that was the Spirit Air System,
not Spirit Airlines. But yeah, we got to pause there. So hold the thought as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general election. The new Popular Front is on course to win the greatest number of lawmakers, but falls short of having a majority in parliament. The results were a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Ross Cullen has more.
Jubilation on the left and real disappointment on the far right. The National Rally Party won the first round of France's general election last week, and they were leading all the pre-vote polls this week, but they have eventually finished in third place. Emmanuel Macron's party managed to claw their way back from finishing third in the first round. They will now be the second biggest grouping in Parliament, but the success of Sunday night was certainly for the new Popular Front, the left-wing coalition of four parties which will have the greatest number of seats in Parliament. The French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal has offered to resign on Monday morning, handing in that letter to Emmanuel Macron, but there's no guarantee that the President will accept that letter. He may ask Mr Attal to stay on through the Olympic Games and throughout the summer to try to provide some semblance of political stability, but eventually the voices from the winning left-wing coalition will grow very loud in Emmanuel Macron's ear, demanding that he appoint a left-wing Prime Minister.
At least four House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting, according to US media reports. There has been growing anxiety within the president's own party about his mental fitness following his stilted debate performance against Donald Trump. Jagrati Dave is in Washington, D.C.
This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the four Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. I'm Jagrati Dave in Washington.
Japan and the Philippines have agreed to a new defense pact after their foreign and defense ministers held talks in Manila on Monday. Chris Gilbert has more.
And experts are pointing to the fact that this deal with the Philippines may help pave the road as a stepping stone to other kinds of trilateral or multilateral agreements as a framework potentially between Japan, the Philippines, and Australia, or Japan, the Philippines, and Vietnam. This is incredibly good news for the US, which has been looking to build a mesh, a multilateral framework to effectively build a front to hem in the influence of China from Japan through Guam, the Philippines, Australia, and even as far as New Zealand.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a unique take on President Joe Biden's predicament. It comes from the only man to have beaten Biden in a primary this year. Jason Palmer was considered a maverick, a venture capitalist who put his name forward for the Democratic Party's nomination in 16 states and territories, arguing that the Democrats urgently needed to pass the leadership torch to a younger generation. He lost to Biden in 15 of those races, but not in American Samoa, far off in the Pacific, where his victory was the first time any sitting president has lost a primary since Jimmy Carter in 1980.
I'm a canary in the coal mine, the fact that I won in American Samoa, but there were other canaries. Biden didn't do the Super Bowl interview, which is an incredible opportunity to speak to the American public. He's done very few, addresses to the nation on the top issues like inflation, the economy, immigration. Now, that's not to say he's not been a great president and a incredible public servant for 50 years, but the writing has been on the wall. He even called himself a transitional president 4 years ago. I just think optimism blinds people sometimes.
Jason Palmer is joining calls for the president to abandon his re-election quest and believes the next 2 weeks will be critical in determining whether the Democrats can find their footing anew in the race against Donald Trump. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general elections. The results, a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Pressure continues to grow on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid. At least 4 House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop out during a virtual meeting. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we officially roll into a Monday, the greatest day of the week, yes. Trying to get the update. Latest on Beryl. As according to the latest update, they're saying it's expected to actually be a Category 2 by the time it makes landfall, and it's supposed to be in fairly short order. Beryl, the latest from the Independent. Beryl has intensified into a hurricane expected to strengthen further before landfall on Texas' southeast coast. Hurricane is hurtling toward Houston. Maximum sustained wind 75 east of the city of Corpus Christi. According to the National Hurricane Center, again, expected to be Category 2 by the time it makes landfall. More than 1 million people under a hurricane warning, bracing for storm surges, flash flooding, and strong winds. According to the acting governor, 120 counties have been declared disaster areas ahead of the storm. School systems, airports, major oil shipping operations suspended and will remain closed for the day Monday. Obviously, Beryl already left a trail of destruction as a Cat 5 hurricane through Mexico and the Caribbean. Let's see. Yes, they're going back a few hours here, several hours ago, when it was upgraded to hurricane again. Expected to be Cat 2. So, just as they had mentioned, with the very, very warm waters there, continuing to intensify before officially making landfall. All right, let me get back to Vic. We left off there. We were talking about Boeing. And last thing we mentioned was their subsidiary Spirit Aerosystems, not Spirit Airlines. But go ahead and pick up there, Vic.
Right. Yeah, they're like most companies anymore. They structure themselves, I believe, Spirit Aerosystems. Basically, they bought the parts and did the maintenance on the Boeing aircraft until they sold it, like the planes to, whomever airline or whatever it was, or to the government. But when they moved from out in Washington to Chicago, they kind of Boeing disrupted their whole program. They had the air plant that they built down there in South Carolina. They were supposed to build, I believe it was a 787, and they were going to have components coming from all over the world. And they were going to supposedly put them all together at that plant down there. And I don't know how well obviously didn't work very good because they had some problems. And the whole deal with Boeing there is that they disrupted their whole system that they had and worked in quality control for whatever reason. At the same time that they moved their headquarters. And at any time you move the headquarters on a major company like that, you're going to lose years of talent in the executive role. Plus, whenever you move all the different plants that they had out there in Washington, or the main plant of the state of Washington, I'm sure they lost a lot of skilled workers, and then you have to go through all the retraining, and everybody is all upset and saying, well, they don't understand why some of these things happened at Boeing. Well, when you look at all the changes that Boeing made, it's really a miracle that they didn't have more problems than what they had. And the other thing is, I don't know if this really played into it or not, but I've heard a lot of talk about this, saying they went into that DEI stuff and started hiring people more for their, I guess you'd say, check the boxes type of thing than for their talent. And like I said, they already had a major overhaul of their whole operation. So now you kind of wonder why all that happened. And Southwest Airlines flew the 737s, and they didn't want to go to the 757, so they stretched out the 737, that 737 MAX, and some of the programs that worked on the original 737. I think it was the TCAS system. Anyway, it's supposed to correct any takeoffs and landing situations. It really didn't work with the larger planes, but for whatever reason, they didn't want to switch to the 757, which had been a good and proven plane. So when I look at all this stuff, I'm just kind of curious. Somebody's going to have to just step up and say, we made some big mistakes. But I don't know who it's going to be, because that's not very easy to get people to do when it's on this magnitude. So the other thing is that Boeing has been losing out to Airbus some, because that's that European consortium, and that doesn't set too well either. So that'll probably play a bigger role in their stocks and all this other stuff that's going on, because of the most people that invest in airlines and everything, it's not a really good investment in the first place unless things are really going good, the economy's going good, and tourism is up. Before airlines really do real good over the long term. But the gist of it is that the government, invariably, when they have a problem, they come along and say, well, we're here to fix the problem that we created in the first place.
Right.
And that's what, whenever you were looking there at the, what I was thinking about was the Chicago thing up there. And I'm going to switch here to NASCAR because people are probably a little bit more familiar with that than with aircraft. There was a period of time that the government came out when Ralph Nader was on his warpath, and they told the major auto manufacturers they couldn't be involved in racing and everything else. So the major auto manufacturers, they all had their different people that, like, I don't know, I forgot Chevrolet or GM, I forgot who that was. I think with Ford it was Moody, and there was another one. And with Chrysler or Mopar, the big one was Mr. Norm's Grand Spalding Dodge in Chicago. And the engineers out of Mopar in Detroit, they would always have Mr. Norm try something. And that's where Grand and Spalding came together. Grand Street and Spalding Street came together in Chicago, and that's why it was called Mr. Norm's Grand Spalding Dodge. And the insurance companies, they were kind of upset because of the amount of accidents that were being had in the muscle car industry, selling muscle cars. Then at the same time NASCAR did that, they came out and said, well, the only way you can race a car, it has to be, on NASCAR, it has to be a production model or something of that nature. They had to sell so many of them. And my ex-brother-in-law, he's dead now, but anyway, he was a big GM guy, and they came out with that Hemi. And I think it was Lee Petty that was constantly winning or something. And anyway, he decided he was going to try a satellite Plymouth that had the 426 engine in it with the dual 4 barrels with the Ram induction. And he could, he decided he was going to take it up there and get it dyno tested at Mr. Norm's. And when I was looking at Chicago today, and they were talking about was it wet or was it this, that, and the other, the day we took that up there was 1966, and they all had the other roads and everything. And when we got that car out of being tuned by Mr. Norm, it had an automatic transmission in it, and we couldn't even take off because it had so much power. And what I was thinking about was now then, after the government did all the stuff, try to cut down on muscle cars and everything else, all of a sudden here's all these people out there running around with all these high-powered cars, the muscle cars as they called them, and you can go to any brand you wanted to. And the deal that the government decided that they were going to have these factories not sponsor the races, then that in turn would cut down on these muscle cars and high-speed accidents and everything else, which we're having a lot of them, and it was a dangerous situation. But I never did understand why they thought taking racing away from the factories and having all these other little companies basically run, substitution for the factories. I never did understand why they really thought that was a solution to the problem. But at the same time, all these different factories, they were looking at the safety side of it themselves without the government intervention. They were, Ford in 1956 made a big deal about safety, the padded steering wheels, padded dashes, and the steering wheels and everything else. And then that was also the time that some of the airplanes were developing, anti-lock brake systems way before they came on cars and trucks. And eventually they got adapted over into cars. So the long story short is I don't know what all these different inspections really prove for the government. They say, they improve safety or whatever. And it's like when you look at the highways back whenever I was coming up and you look at the equipment and you compare to what's out there today, I mean, it's just night and day difference. And sometimes some of the roads I drive off, I get on the back roads, and they have these speed limits now down to 35, 45, 55. And I'm thinking, you know what? I used to drive 70 and 80 miles an hour, sometimes faster than that, on these roads. It's these little skinny 670 by 15 nylon fly cars. And now I have all these safer vehicles, all this safety around me, steel belted radial tires. and they've got them cut down to, like I said, 45, 50, 55 mile an hour. And I just maybe what do you want to say? I wouldn't say I'm actually anti-government, but honestly, Steve, I'm still trying to figure out what problem that the government has ever really and honestly solved. You know, it seems like the industry's usually there long before the government is, and the government comes along and says, "Oh, we're going to solve this problem," and they say we're going to pass some more regulations to solve a problem that was pretty much solved in the first place. And that's what I was thinking about the deal there with the guys out there, trucking. I always had to run through those times because I drove for a company and they had contracts.
Yep.
And I always hoped that I'd get it inspected first and get that little CVS face sticker up there. But one time I got stopped and I said, "Why did I get stopped?" "Well, you don't have a CVS sticker on your trailer." It's like, okay. So, they'll find some reason to stop and inspect you. So by and large, good luck to all the guys out there and everybody talking about, they used to always the CB, which they don't use it much anymore, but that was always the chatter. This station's over, this way station's open, or inspection station, or that one's closed. And they did monitor the routes around them there. You had to pretty much stay on the road because if they caught you trying to go around the scale, they would get a little bit ill, this time of year. But
right.
Anyway,
trying to take the skinny roads around, trying to bypass the scale, right? So government, a solution looking for a problem. It's because trucking wise, here's a good example. More than 150 lawmakers urging the EPA to rescind their final rule regarding emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles, big trucks. Led by Representative Randy Finstra of Iowa, Mike Crapo of Idaho, a group of 157 lawmakers, that's pretty big, sending a letter on Tuesday, July the 2nd, to the EPA Administrator, Michael Regan, and President Biden. The senators and members of Congress say the rule will place a heavy burden on truckers, farmers, and other businesses across the country. This final rule that encompasses heavy-duty vehicles ranging from delivery trucks and school buses to tractors and semis would disrupt the heavy-duty truck industry, forcing the broad adoption of heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles on an extremely aggressive timeline. Despite these vehicles currently being less than 1% of sales. According to a recent study, it would cost nearly $1 trillion in infrastructure investment alone to fully electrify the U.S. commercial fleet, which does not include the expense of purchasing new semis. Plus, the cost of an electric semi averages over $400,000, while a comparable diesel Class A truck costs around $180,000, meaning electric trucks cost an average of 122% more than a normal semi. Commonly referred to as zero-emission trucks, electric and hydrogen-fueled trucks are actually zero direct emission vehicles as defined by the Department of Energy. Although emission measured on a tailpipe basis direct may be zero, emission related to battery production, distribution, recycling, and disposal do not have a net zero result. Opponents say this aggressive rule is going to hurt the agriculture industry. It'll cost Americans more in utilities and groceries. Our farmers and agricultural industry will be especially hurt by this new mandate. According to the latest agriculture census by the Department of Agriculture, there are 3,161,000 plus trucks, including pickups, on over 1.4 million farms, and 3,784,000 plus tractors on over 1.5 million farms that would see higher equipment cost and tighter margins due to this misguided rule. Not only would it harm consumers, it would exacerbate consolidation by effectively forcing our small trucking companies out of business. They cannot afford this hasty transition to electric or hydrogen-powered trucks. Just creating more problems. And so somewhere down the line, the government will say, well, we can fix that. It's 844-844-3388. The right-wing nut coming up next, after which clear lines for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get back with other industry headlines coming up here. First, get back to your calls. And the right-wing nut checks in here on a Monday. What do you say, Wingnut?
Yes, right, Wingnut, yeah. Oh, not a whole lot. I tell you what, that's the wussification of America with NASCAR going electric. What kind of nonsense is that? That's supposed to be a marathon of man and machine, racing. Put the pedal to the metal and hear that thunder. And now, what do we have?
Exactly.
I mean, they've already got one testicle cut. They might as well go ahead and get the scissors and do the full operation. Yeah, I tell you what, whatever fans they got of NASCAR, they're going to lose and lose big time. I mean, right now, I used to be pretty big in NASCAR. I remember the pass in the grass. That was a pretty neat little thing, the bumping and grinding. Hell, I do that every day on the interstate. I'm at the house. I guess I can get me an adult beverage. But yeah, I tell you what, I can remember the players from the drivers from back then. Right now, I couldn't tell you one of them. That's how much interest I got in it. Zilch. Go back to running the way it was meant to be. You know, if you couldn't make it in 200 laps, then don't expect to make it in the next 150 or the next 150 after that. Go full bore all the way, or just, damn it, don't do it. Are you with me on that?
I'm with you.
Some people are.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, I was up in Colorado, and I was going from Grand Junction to Albuquerque. I think Heat Wave beat me there at the shop by a couple of minutes or so. I'd been up on 550 from Durango going up to Gunnison. And I tell you what, that was at night when I was working for the pumpkin company, Snyder. And tell you what, that those hairpin turns at night were bad enough. But coming, that was going north from Durango on up to 50 going across to Gunnison. But, that was at night. That was a couple of years ago, and hell, I didn't know any better. Well, I tell you what, coming back down from the north, going from Grand Junction to Durango,
Good times, huh? Well, right-wing nut, we got a pause.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general election. The new Popular Front is on course to win the greatest number of lawmakers, but falls short of having a majority in parliament. The results were a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Ross Cullen has more.
Jubilation on the left and real disappointment on the far right. The National Rally Party won the first round of France's general election last week, and they were leading all the pre-vote polls this week, but they have eventually finished in third place. Emmanuel Macron's party managed to claw their way back from finishing third in the first round. They will now be the second biggest grouping in Parliament, but the success of Sunday night was certainly for the new Popular Front, the left-wing coalition of four parties which will have the greatest number of seats in Parliament. The French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal has offered to resign on Monday morning, handing in that letter to Emmanuel Macron, but there's no guarantee that the President will accept that letter. He may ask Mr Attal to stay on through the Olympic Games and throughout the summer to try to provide some semblance of political stability, but eventually the voices from the winning left-wing coalition will grow very loud in Emmanuel Macron's ear, demanding that he appoint a left-wing Prime Minister.
At least four House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting, according to US media reports. There has been growing anxiety within the president's own party about his mental fitness following his stilted debate performance against Donald Trump. Jagrati Dave is in Washington, D.C.
This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the four Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. I'm Jagrati Dave in Washington.
Japan and the Philippines have agreed to a new defense pact after their foreign and defense ministers held talks in Manila on Monday. Chris Gilbert has more.
And experts are pointing to the fact that this deal with the Philippines may help pave the road as a stepping stone to other kinds of trilateral or multilateral agreements as a framework potentially between Japan, the Philippines, and Australia, or Japan, the Philippines, and Vietnam. This is incredibly good news for the US, which has been looking to build a mesh, a multilateral framework to effectively build a front to hem in the influence of China from Japan through Guam, the Philippines, Australia, and even as far as New Zealand.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Back at it here on a Monday. Not surprising. For years, for decades, we've talked about crashes involving big trucks and how in a majority of cases, more often than not, it's not the fault of the truck driver, it's those operating around the big trucks. And the latest comes from Ontario, Canada, where the Ontario Provincial Police are placing the blame on motorists for fatal crashes and asking non-commercial vehicle drivers to do a better job of sharing the road with commercial vehicles. As we kick off Operation Safe Driver Week that started this past day and runs all week long, Ontario Provincial Police issued a statement on the grim picture of how commercial and non-commercial drivers have been sharing the road. According to police, nearly 20% of fatal crashes in Ontario so far this year involved commercial vehicles. 31 people have died in road incidents. 86% of the crashes were linked to poor behavior on part of the non-commercial driver. 86%. Commercial drivers were at fault in the remaining 14% of the collisions. Approximately 11% of overall fatal and non-fatal motor vehicle collisions investigated by OPP this year involved at least one commercial vehicle. Police say speeding, following too closely, improper passing are the causes of collisions involving commercial vehicles. It is aggressive and careless drivers that have no place on our roads, especially when sharing the road involves large commercial vehicles. Tragically, many families again this year are paying a devastating price. The senseless, preventable loss of their loved ones because of drivers who make a conscious decision to not share the road safely. Dangerous driving puts everyone at risk. Road safety is a shared responsibility. That is why Operation Safe Driver Week is an important reminder to do your part. Slow down, stay focused, follow the rules of the road. That was the word from Ontario's Solicitor General, Michael Kersner. But 86% of those crashes involving commercial vehicles, not the fault of the commercial vehicle driver. Supposedly, this Operation Safe Driver Week, it revolves around both commercial and passenger vehicles and how the passenger vehicles are operating around those commercial vehicles. All right, well, we'll get back to the right-wing nut.
Hang on just a second. There you go. Yeah, Shinerbach, the elixir of the gods.
Oh, boy.
Right thing that.
Good for what ails you.
Oh, yeah, and I got a lot of ailments, too. So it's going to take more than a couple. Oh, yeah. So it's talking about US 550 between, I think it's Ouray and hell, what was that damn place? I can't remember that community. I just went through it a couple hours ago. Well, anyways, yeah, when I was with that pumpkin people eater, Snyder, I'd gone up north on 550. And I tell you what, it was tight with a 48-foot trailer. I mean, you could look down and see, excuse me, that's part of the beer. Yeah, you could look down and see some of the communities down there and thought, boy, that's a long drop. Well, that was the only time I've been on that with a commercial vehicle. Except this time around, I was following the heat wave. Good Lord. Going south and seeing just how steep and how close to the end of the road the mountain stopped. Oh, my goodness gracious. I tell you what, I ain't doing that again. No damn way. I'd have to have a lot of beer in my system for that. Oh, Lordy, and they got a tunnel that's 13.7. So, you know, I was straddling that damn dotted yellow line, making sure that everything was all right. Yeah, I came through without a scratch. But, yeah, I might have had a few little seat cushions puckering up in my hind end. You know, that was a pucker factor of about 5. So that was, that was tough. That was tough. Well, yeah, I hear you're going to have a party over there at the secret bunker come Labor Day. Anybody going to be bringing the good cigars?
I'm learning as we go here, Wingdon. According to Senor Heatwave, we've got some kind of a shindig. I don't know. It's like, is it going to be a good old-fashioned watermelon roast, maybe?
Oh, that would be good. Yeah. That'd be all right. You got the beer, Hot Shot Secret's got the meats, and, well, the women can bring whatever they want to bring over there, you know, tater salad and whatnot. I'm sure we drivers will be all right. And, yeah, then we can go ahead and traverse over to your place there and jump in the big bathtub. Yeah, just bring our bubble bath with us and get all nice and cleaned up in that pool. You did see that thing there that Heatwave put on your page about cleaning your filter.
Right, yeah, because we have to have that clean pool water, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, some of us drivers we get in there, you may have to get yourself another set of filters just to get the hair out of there. Ugh. Some of us drivers are a little hairy, I tell you. So, anyways, other than that, I guess I'm going to continue on with the Shinerbach beer and the leftovers at Loctite and Lucy Loose Screw, SCROUGH, left from me when I got home. So, I'll go ahead and let y'all go. You have yourselves a good night, and we'll holler at y'all later.
Good to hear from you. Checking in here as we get the new week started. Hope you had a good Independence Day, by the way. It is 844-3388. All right, another day, another scam, this time targeting the Apple iPhones. A California-based security firm issued a new warning to iPhone users after finding that cyber criminals are actively seeking to exploit Apple IDs through malicious SMS messages. These forms of scams, known as SMS phishing with a PH, are designed to trick you into revealing your Apple ID credentials. It's also used by hackers to access other sensitive information or to install malicious software on the devices of iPhone users. These credentials, they say, are highly valued, providing control over devices, access to personal and financial information, and potential revenue through unauthorized purchases. Symantec's owner, Broadcom Incorporated, issuing a notice on their website on July the 2nd. Additionally, Apple's strong brand reputation makes users more susceptible to trusting deceptive communications that appear to be from Apple, further enhancing the attractiveness of these targets to the cyber criminals. Apple did not immediately respond to an email request for comment from NTD. Symantec said in the notice that they discovered a very recent case of smishing in the U.S. involving hackers distributing deceptive SMS messages that appear to be from Apple. Looks like the real deal. One such message observed by the cybersecurity company and sent to iPhone users read, "Apple important request iCloud. Visit the sign-in to continue using your services." When you click on the link, you're then directed to a web page mimicking an outdated iCloud login template where you're encouraged to hand over your credentials. Scammers also included a type of challenge response that's used to determine whether the user is a human. To the fake website that users had to complete before proceeding to make the attack appear more legitimate, trying to get a second-hand authorization. They also pointed out that the fake website could be accessed via desktop or mobile browsers, which the cybersecurity firm said is rather unusual for SMS phishing. Typically, these actors restrict access to their malicious websites to users on mobile browsers and specific regions to evade detection by the monitoring systems. But yeah, that advisory came out just before we kicked off the big holiday weekend, so a lot of people miss out on the news of those sort of things due to being kind of out of the realm for the holiday break. It is 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor. plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Looking at just some of the headline from the Gulf Coast of Texas. Let's see. USA Today, Beryl live updates. Storm strengthens. From the Independent, Beryl live update strengthens. Storm strengthens to Category 2 hurricane. That was posted about 8 minutes ago. Beryl re-strengthens to hurricane hours before Texas landfall. All right, when they said, let's see, they said 3 a.m. Central Time is when the anticipated landfall was. So it's probably right about at this point in time. Should be close to making landfall. Officially, but the heavy rains have been pounding coastal areas for hours now, and flash flooding is already underway. Storm cuts a path through eastern Texas, then makes a right-hand turn, according to the forecast. Kind of from southwest to northeast, right through the state of Arkansas, on up through the boot heel of Missouri. Then things kind of brighten. It's what they broaden. That's the cone of uncertainty, which encompasses western Kentucky to southern Illinois. Center of that map would take it right through southwest and up through south central Indiana and on up into northern Ohio over the coming days. So going to be sweeping from the Gulf Coast early this morning, be all the way up into maybe southern Canada by Thursday of this week. So sweeping across the entire country, bringing some pockets of heavy rain all along the way. Meanwhile, it is 844-3388. Brain Dead brought up the story earlier, the whole lawsuit involving Kroger and Albertsons. Now, this has been in discussion for quite some time, but the state of Colorado's lawsuit looking to block that merger. According to the ruling by the Denver District Court judge, will be allowed to move forward. They have a judge rejecting Kroger's motion to dismiss the case. That follows a similar court decision in the state of Washington back in April, where the Kings County Superior Court judge ruled against the company's motion to dismiss the state attorney general antitrust lawsuit. Now, those two lawsuits are independent from another lawsuit filed in February by the Federal Trade Commission and the attorneys general of 8 states and the District of Columbia. The grocer has argued in the Washington and Colorado cases that the states do not have jurisdiction to sue because both grocers operate across multiple states. Kroger's and Albertsons' legal team argued in both cases that state attorneys general have historically joined with the FTC to block these sort of mergers. To defendants' knowledge, this litigation is only the second time state attorneys general have ever sought to enjoin a nationwide merger before the FTC proceeding was even commenced. Now, whatever the scope of Colorado's independent interest, they are narrower and subordinate to the national interest being pursued by the Federal Trade Commission. The Colorado Attorney General could have joined the FTC suits as 8 other state attorneys generals did, but he chose to go it alone. That may be his prerogative, but the federal proceeding should still take priority. That was the motion, the argument from Kroger. The judge, in his rejection of that argument, noted that dismissing the Colorado case would be at odds with numerous rulings recognizing states as co-equal antitrust enforcers. As the DOJ made clear, as the court ruled, states have the authority to challenge anti-competitive corporate mergers in state courts. The Attorney General's office looks forward to making our case in court to block the Kroger-Albertsons merger. So the Colorado case is a little bit different from the FTC and the Washington lawsuits in its accusation that Kroger and Albertsons violated the Colorado State Antitrust Act in January of 22 when union workers at Kroger-owned King Soopers went on strike for 10 days. The Colorado lawsuit contends that during the strike, Kroger and Albertsons entered into an agreement to not poach workers and not solicit King Soopers pharmacy customers. Such no-poach and non-solicitation agreements are illegal under the Colorado State Antitrust Act because they are agreements to not compete. That was the word from the Colorado Attorney General back in February. Speaking of mergers and acquisitions, this is a pretty big deal. Millions of people flocking to the amusement parks around the country over the big Independence Day weekend. It's summertime. Amusement parks packed on a daily basis, right? Word is Six Flags has completed an $8 billion merger with the rival Cedar Fair to create the largest amusement park operator in the United States. Together, they operate 42 amusement and water parks across 17 states. The success of the deal will determine the future of these amusement parks. Die-hard roller coaster fans are watching very carefully. Some say they're optimistic that the condition of Six Flags parks around the country will improve. Others worry it'll become more expensive to get into their favorite parks. Cedar Fair tends to be more expensive than the Six Flags amusement parks around the country. Many amusement park fans are passionate about the park's design and the history. They'll notice the smallest of changes, but for now, each park in the new company, they say, will keep the old branding and name. Fans fear the parks could lose their nostalgic elements and become a sea of corporate sameness. There's a little bit of apprehension. One Six Flags season pass holder on and off for the last 30 years. Twisting through Nitro and Wonder Woman rides at the Six Flags Great Adventure in New Jersey. Said he goes to the park with his sons and his friends and by himself sometimes to take in the roar of the coasters. Highlights each visit with a trip to see the engraved brick that he bought on a park pathway to commemorate Six Flags' 50th anniversary. So some say they're a bit apprehensive. We're hopeful that joining forces might bring a variety of different new rides to parks that don't normally see that many updates, they say. At the same time, the cost of an all-park season pass could become super expensive because of the less competition.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts for the latest world news. France's snap elections have resulted in political mayhem after Sunday's second round saw the left surge ahead and a hung parliament with no clear majority for any party. Official results show a victory for the left-wing New Popular Front alliance, with President Emmanuel Macron's centrist alliance coming second and the far-right third. The three parties have never worked together, prompting questions over political paralysis in the weeks to come. Keir Starmer's beginning his first full week as UK Prime Minister after last week's general election win. His government's making a series of announcements on planning laws, dentist appointments and the recruitment of thousands of teachers. Starmer is continuing a tour of the UK's four nations before heading to Washington for a NATO Leaders Summit. Politics expert Dr. Martin Farr from Newcastle University says the new Prime Minister has a large in-tray.
A much harder, a much more difficult, more challenging in-tray than the Blair government had in 97 when there was a growing economy. What Labour have to try and do is to improve public services without increasing taxes on working people or borrowing more. They felt constrained by those things to win the election, but now they have to try and enact it in office. They have 5 years to do it, but the public is increasingly short of patience with politicians.
At least 4 House Democrats have called on US President Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting with Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, according to US media reports. There's been growing anxiety within the president's own party about his mental fitness following his stilted debate performance against Donald Trump. Our Washington correspondent Jagruti Dave has the details.
This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the 4 Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban is in Beijing for talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping. This is Orban's third surprise overseas trip since Hungary took over the European Union's rotating presidency at the beginning of July, after he travelled to Ukraine and Russia last week on what he called a peace mission. Laura Westbrook has more.
Chinese state media said the Hungarian Prime Minister and Chinese President would have an in-depth discussion on issues of mutual interest. He is seen as the European leader who is closest with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a unique take on President Joe Biden's predicament. It comes from the only man to have beaten Biden in a primary this year. Jason Palmer was considered a maverick, a venture capitalist who put his name forward for the Democratic Party's nomination in 16 states and territories, arguing that the Democrats urgently needed to pass the leadership torch to a younger generation. He lost to Biden in 15 of those races, but not in American Samoa, far off in the Pacific, where his victory was the first time any sitting president has lost a primary since Jimmy Carter in 1980.
I'm a canary in the coal mine, the fact that I won in American Samoa, but there were other canaries. Biden didn't do the Super Bowl interview, which is an incredible opportunity to speak to the American public. He's done very few, addresses to the nation on the top issues like inflation, the economy, immigration. Now, that's not to say he's not been a great president and a incredible public servant for 50 years, but the writing has been on the wall. He even called himself a transitional president 4 years ago. I just think optimism blinds people sometimes.
Jason Palmer is joining calls for the president to abandon his re-election quest and believes the next 2 weeks will be critical in determining whether the Democrats can find their footing anew in the race against Donald Trump. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. France's snap elections have resulted in political mayhem after Sunday's second round saw the left surge ahead, leaving a hung parliament with no clear majority for any party. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Good morning to Gary in Montgomery, Rick Friend, Rick in Columbus. Joins us on a Monday. Hope y'all enjoyed your Independence Day weekend. Just like that, another in the books. As we kick off our final hour here on a Monday. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Under the industry headlines to kick this hour off, the truck brokerage giant C.H. Robinson Worldwide laid off about 80 members of its remaining 150 sales representatives in the U.S. on Thursday. Independence Day, according to those familiar with the cuts, the source said that the sales division of the publicly traded brokerage has slashed U.S. sales jobs by about 89% over the past 6 years as it's turned their focus from its people to embracing technology. We once had about 650 sales reps in the U.S. divisions. That number dropped as C.H. Robinson's focus switched from training and retaining talented people to its focus on technology, according to the source who asked to remain anonymous for fear of retaliation. According to FreightWaves, he estimates the current number of C.H. Robinson sales reps whose jobs are solely to sell the brokerage's services are about 70 nationwide after Thursday's job cuts. He clarified that some legacy brokerages count business development and account management positions that may kind of overlap with the sales division as part of that total sales headcount. All right. In a statement, a spokesperson for C.H. Robinson disputed the number of sales representatives affected by the recent cuts, but declined to provide a breakdown of the number of sales positions that they eliminated in the U.S. last week. While the source said he was only aware of the job cuts in the U.S., a company spokesperson said C.H. Robinson doesn't break down the number of laid-off workers by country, as they also have offices in Canada and Mexico. In a statement provided to FreightWaves, the company said that less than 2% of North American service transportation roles were impacted in June as part of a restructuring to ignite growth and provide greater opportunity for our sales employees. We are getting fit, fast, and focused as a part of our enterprise strategy and new operating models geared at delivering exceptional high-value service to customers and carriers, despite rumors that major changes were coming to the largest freight brokerage. The source said few expected more than half of the U.S. sales group would be gutted. You can't cut your sales team, which is the heart of your organization, and think that's going to get you better results in the long run. According to the source, I think if the leadership knew what these salespeople brought to the table and how hard it is to train a salesperson, I think they would regret what they did Thursday, because it's going to take C.H. Robinson a decade to recover from this decision. Wow. Another source who also asked to remain anonymous, formerly worked at C.H. Robinson, said most of the sales reps who were let go worked with the brokerage's smaller accounts, but that management told them they weren't being terminated for performance issues, as most of them were meeting or exceeding their sales goals. It's just sad that C.H. Robinson is prioritizing technology over people, according to that source. One employee said the brokerage used to value and invest in its people versus technology until Bob Bisterfield, the former president and CEO of the freight brokerage, announced the company was investing $1 billion in technology back in 2019 in an effort to protect its market share. FreightWaves reported that he stepped down from his executive position, resigned from C.H. Robinson's board in early January of last year. So a little bit of a shakeup going on here, right? Okay. Another employee who didn't want to be named for fear of retaliation said C.H. Robinson management individually called several members from the sales team Thursday, informing them they no longer had positions. Some had worked for the company for more than 15 years and were considered top performers among their group. He said he heard that some of them may have been offered different roles, including business development jobs, but didn't know how many. Acknowledged that some in the group had been struggling lately with meeting their goals because of the tight freight environment. However, C.H. Robinson said they're still hiring for new sales roles. Okay. As we continue to adapt to an ever-changing freight market, we're actively hiring for a range of new sales roles, portfolio executives, and sales development team members. A winning business model is critical to ensure growth and opportunities for our employees and the company over the long term. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Well, it's been a while, and what's going on, Horse Feathers?
Not much. How you doing, Your Honor, after having your month off?
Yeah, okay. So how was your Independence? How many parades did we do over the past weekend?
This weekend we didn't end up. The fire truck never left the driveway this weekend.
Really?
So, yeah, we did 5 the weekend before there, before you took off your week there. But now with how far away they all were, it was just far enough out, and I ended up working last night anyways, so it was all for the better, and we got to get ready. The big show up in Harrisburg is this coming Saturday, so we're trying to get things straightened out, put together, and getting ready for that coming up on the 13th there, because we'll be up there first thing Saturday morning to pump water all day long, and if you ever want to see a parade of fire trucks, right now they usually cut registration off at 100, and I don't know why, but they got 107 fire trucks registered for next weekend in Harrisburg. And we stage at the Farm Show Complex there. You've heard the Farm Show Complex. A lot of big events happens there. It's an exhibition space, kind of on the lines of what Louisville is down there when you know where we go for the Mid-America. I don't know if they have 1 million indoor square feet like Louisville does, but they got a lot of indoor space, and they got a lot of outdoor parking like around Louisville. So we stage there, which is probably, I would say it's a good half-mile route, maybe a 3/4-mile route to where the Riverfront Park is, right along the Susquehanna River there in downtown Harrisburg. And you don't do the normal parade to go from from the staging location to the event location. They do what they call a screaming motorcade. Do you have any idea what a screaming motorcade is, Your Honor?
I've never heard of such. No.
A screaming motorcade is you make as much possible noise as you can all the way from the start to the end. So if you can only imagine 107 fire trucks with sirens wide open,
wailing,
air horns blowing.
Good Lord, you'll hear it from miles and miles away.
Yeah, we rattle Harrisburg about 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning there, but they've come to expect it every year. So you think a 4th of July celebration or something, just imagine that, because it takes about an hour to get from all the trucks from the one location to the other. So you can only imagine a mile of screaming motorcade to get from one point to the other there. So if you want to see a fire truck parade on a Saturday morning, next Saturday in Harrisburg is the place to be.
Wow.
Because that screaming motorcade will commence at, I believe it's either 8 or 8:30 in the morning. I'll get more details on that. But anyways, so what's up with France, Your Honor? Did they find out how good polls are in France? Yeah, haven't we had that problem here for about the last 8-10 years?
Yeah, because based on last week's headlines before we broke away for the weekend, they were saying that the right wing was going to take control over there, right? Pandemonium.
Yep. You have the red wave and everything. Well, we found out what happened with that a couple years ago, didn't we? But anyways, hopefully things will come back around and we'll get a little better here this year. Excuse me. So, did you happen to see our fearless leader? He's getting interviewed at all over the weekend.
I did see the interview with George Stephanopoulos, which that was supposed to be his opportunity to redeem himself, and I think that went over. That was another horrendous performance.
I saw a clip that NBC had on where he was asked if he'd watched the debate since since the debate? You know,
I don't think so.
I
don't think so. Did you or you don't know if you did? Come on, Joe.
What? Isn't that like a yes or no answer?
Yeah.
He stumbled over that for 30 seconds trying to get that. I was like, this is sad. This is just so sad and there's only one person to blame. There is only one person to blame, and that is the power-hungry Jill Biden, because she does not want to leave the White House. She's going to leave there. There's going to be claw marks in the White House when they have to drag her out of there. But it is sad. So anyways, I don't know. We don't have a whole lot going on there. So there is one thing, though. There was this video circulating on Facebook about the Steve Summers firework extravaganza. Did you happen to catch this video that was out there on Facebook, Your Honor?
I don't believe I did. No, it's...
There was this video there that they had this whole box of mortars and everything, and next to in their driveway, and their vehicle was there.
Oh, yes, I did see that. Yes,
this one mortar, and it went sideways from the bottom. Even though the tube stayed up, it went out sideways from the bottom, and then with the whole box and the car on fire and everything, and the kids went running, and that wasn't a picture of the Steve Summers firework extravaganza, was it? Was that a video from there?
Things that you learn over the years: you do not put your pile of fireworks all together out in the driveway, because those sort of things happen.
Yeah, they do. But anyways, so I hope you guys had a good 4th. I saw Beth had some pictures posted up of you getting things ready there. So apparently either you guys cracked open a little bit, or some neighbors decided that the show had to go on and helped you out a little bit. But either way, it looks like you're having a pretty good time getting set up there.
Yeah, well, I ended up. Obviously you start late on your Mondays. You get that 4:00 start. I spent $125. Beth spent $125. Now Stephen did show up, and I think he'd spent maybe $300-400. He was the big spender this year.
Okay.
But $125 for Steve Summers, I don't know that since I was 15 years old, I've spent that little amount on fireworks.
Yeah. And how little did you get for $125? That's the main question.
That was one box of that was one 24 count of Excalibur. I think it was the 3 or 4 inch mortars, but that's it. And one brick of firecrackers.
Yeah. Yeah, there isn't much to it anymore.
No.
So I guess the other thing there in your news I was listening to is the Six Flags deal you're talking there. So we don't go out and partake in a whole lot of stuff. I mean, we got the major league teams here. We don't really go watch baseball games. Even the minor leagues, we don't even get out to the ballparks like we used to. I mean, we used to, when we lived up in Rochester, to go to a Red Wings game up there. We were there 10 times a year to that stadium. Frontier. I was Frontier Field at the time. Who knows who's got their name on it now? But to get out to the music, it almost takes your a vacation finance of the year. Planning it to be a vacation, just a one-day trip to the amusement park. So, I mean, we got Hershey Park up the way here, and there's a couple Six Flags that are, within the 2 hour range, 2 to 3 hour range. And I don't know, it just, to begin with, you know my opinion of summer and hot, so I don't think we need to discuss that too much. But to go stand in crowds and do that, and it's just, I don't know, for the fun of getting on a roller coaster a few times or the few different rides, but I don't know, I never even heard of that other company before, the Cedar, what was it?
Well, Cedar Fair. Yes, Cedar Fair. That's Cedar Point, and then they bought Kings Island a few years ago. I think they've got a decent number of parks around the country.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if that had that, because we went to Cedar Point there one time years ago. It's probably been 35 years now that we went out there. 30 years anyways. And but it just, I don't know. It just, as you say, it's expensive. So I don't know. I don't know if the merge would be good or not, if it ends up raising prices and all that. But I mean, back when we lived in Rochester, we had that more local one out there to the west called Darien Lake, and then that ended up, the family that owned that sold that to Six Flags, and they did improve an updated coaster and that there, but I don't know. Hopefully things go good for them, but you can, as I say, you can see that, with the less competition, that it might not be also good for the paying customer at the end, and of course then it's not just ticket prices and that, it's what happens when you get inside, because they charge you the concession prices and parking prices and everything else, because pretty much everything you do there you got to pay one way or another for extra. Doesn't seem like anything's included in your ticket price anymore, Your Honor. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, it's been kind of a thing. We're working in the backyard trying to build a playhouse type thing for the grandson there. So he's getting a 2-story. Well, actually, it's probably closer to a 3-story by the time you get done with it. But if you can imagine an 8 by 16 footprint, Your Honor, and then you got the deck that's about 3.5 feet off the ground, the main deck, and that's going to have the slides and the swings and all that off it. And then there's a house on the back side that encompasses about 8 to 10 feet. It's a 2-story house. It's got a loft and stuff. And so just got done putting the roof on that over the weekend there, and that's about, I don't know, 16, 18 feet up in the air there. So swinging up top ladders and walking up top there and putting roofing down. And so we had an enjoyable weekend there out there, other than working overnight on Saturday into Sunday. And I don't know, it's just another weekend that, how would I say it, Your Honor? Oh, I know how I'd say it. It's too damn hot. All right. Very good, Your Honor.
All right. Enjoy your day. Starting the week off. Late start, so it makes Mondays. That's his greatest day of the week. Let's see. Quickly back to the Six Flags Cedar Fair merger. This guy, Chris Miller, who runs a YouTube channel about amusement parks that's called Coaster Conquests. And he co-hosts a theme park podcast. He says he's cautiously optimistic. He said, I'm hopeful that joining forces will bring a variety of different new rides that parks normally, where you don't see updates very often. He also worries that the beautiful Cedar Fair parks will kind of lose their distinct identities and become more like Six Flags. I hope they keep the parks as they are. Now, the new company, Six Flags Entertainment Corporation, does not anticipate making any major changes at the park level, according to a spokesperson. Fans also should not expect any immediate changes to prices, ticket options, or season passes. We expect this combination will enable us to deliver even more engaging entertainment experiences to our guests. All right, the two companies are joining to compete with the likes of some of the destination parks like Disney and Universal, they say, to use their new scale to drive down cost with vendors and suppliers. As we know, people come from all over the world to go to Disney parks, while Six Flags and Cedar Fair are more what they call regional attractions. Cedar Fair controls 51% of the new company, and Six Flags owns 49%. Interesting that they'll be calling it Six Flags Entertainment, but Cedar Fair actually has the majority ownership. The company with the stock ticker FUN, F-U-N, will be led by Cedar Fair's CEO Richard Zimmerman. Six Flags has been struggling in recent years. Various management changes. Stock has dropped 40% in the past 5 years. They hiked their ticket prices in 2022, raising the average price of admission to $35.99 from $28.73, which in this day and age for amusement parks still seems rather affordable. But that saw a 26% drop in annual attendance. It was part of their prioritization plan to bring in fewer people to the parks, but get them to spend more while they're there. Yeah, the CEO complained in 2022 that Six Flags had turned into a cheap daycare center for teenagers, saying that the company wanted to migrate a little bit from what I call the Kmart, Walmart mentality to maybe more like the Target customers. So I can kind of see that when you've got the cheaper admission price. Yeah, Mom, Dad, yeah, all right, we're going to drop you off Six Flags over Louisville. We'll be back to pick you up at 9 o'clock, spend the day, stay out of trouble, right? Okay.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punya. France's left-wing coalition is projected to win a surprise victory in the country's snap general election. The new Popular Front is on course to win the greatest number of lawmakers, but falls short of having a majority in parliament. The results were a shock after the far-right National Rally Party won the first round of voting last week. Ross Cullen has more.
Jubilation on the left and real disappointment on the far right. The National Rally Party won the first round of France's general election last week, and they were leading all the pre-vote polls this week, but they have eventually finished in third place. Emmanuel Macron's party managed to claw their way back from finishing third in the first round. They will now be the second biggest grouping in Parliament, but the success of Sunday night was certainly for the new Popular Front, the left-wing coalition of four parties which will have the greatest number of seats in Parliament. The French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal has offered to resign on Monday morning, handing in that letter to Emmanuel Macron, but there's no guarantee that the President will accept that letter. He may ask Mr Attal to stay on through the Olympic Games and throughout the summer to try to provide some semblance of political stability, but eventually the voices from the winning left-wing coalition will grow very loud in Emmanuel Macron's ear, demanding that he appoint a left-wing Prime Minister.
At least four House Democrats have called on Joe Biden to drop his re-election bid during a virtual meeting, according to US media reports. There has been growing anxiety within the president's own party about his mental fitness following his stilted debate performance against Donald Trump. Jagrati Dave is in Washington, D.C.
This reporting is likely to cause concern in the Biden camp, as the four Democrats who've spoken out are also the most senior Democrats on several key House committees, among them Gerald Nadler, the ranking Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, and Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Their calls came as 81-year-old Biden publicly showed no signs he was considering dropping out. He continued campaigning on Sunday in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which included a stop at a black church in Philadelphia. I'm Jagrati Dave in Washington.
Japan and the Philippines have agreed to a new defense pact after their foreign and defense ministers held talks in Manila on Monday. Chris Gilbert has more.
And experts are pointing to the fact that this deal with the Philippines may help pave the road as a stepping stone to other kinds of trilateral or multilateral agreements as a framework potentially between Japan, the Philippines, and Australia, or Japan, the Philippines, and Vietnam. This is incredibly good news for the US, which has been looking to build a mesh, a multilateral framework to effectively build a front to hem in the influence of China from Japan through Guam, the Philippines, Australia, and even as far as New Zealand.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, We provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Got an update from the Hurricane Center about 30 minutes ago, 4 a.m. Eastern Time. The update says Hurricane Beryl, is nearing the middle Texas coast. Expected to make landfall within the next hour or two. And that was the 4 a.m. Eastern Time update. So the storm's about 15 miles southeast of Matagorda, moving northwest at 10 miles an hour. Life-threatening storm surge and heavy rain is ongoing across portions of Texas. Sustained tropical force storm winds and hurricane force winds have already been reported along the coast. Those winds will continue to spread inland. According to the National Hurricane Center, there's a station at Matagorda City recently reported a sustained wind of 68 miles per hour with gusts of 86. Things getting kind of real there. Yeah, several other updates last couple of hours. Ocean waters around the globe have been excessively warm, often at record levels for more than a year now. The water along Beryl's path helped the storm intensify rapidly as it barreled through the Caribbean. All right. They've got the sea surface temperatures overlaid. And obviously, storm surge warnings in effect for Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass, including Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay. Hurricane warnings in effect for the Texas coast from Mesquite Bay northward to Port Bolivar. Tropical storm warnings in effect for the Texas coast south of Mesquite Bay to Port Mansfield, and the Texas coast north of Port Bolivar to Sabine Pass. So there you go. First hurricane of the season coming ashore. Gonna believe as a Category 2. Well, hello to the Scarecrow. How was your Independence Day weekend?
Well, you know, it came and went. I can't even remember how many days it amounted to. I think it was the same as yours, about 5 or so. It was a good weekend. The youngest of the junior Crows, him and the daughter-in-law, they came up. They came Wednesday evening already and stayed till yesterday. And Steve, have you and any of your family or friends or such ever participated in one of those escape room, I don't know, do you call it a game or what would you challenges. That'd be the best.
Yeah, I've heard of them, but
tried?
never been in one. No, I've heard of them though.
Yeah, no, we never have either. They have one, right down in La Crosse there, and now the daughter-in-law and son there, they've have a number of times, and so either way, they thought, well, that'd be fun. So she'd reserved an hour for us Friday afternoon. Now, Steve, if it were up to me, it's divided into like 3 small rooms, and you work the clues and whatnot to escape progress from one room into the next. And were it up to me now, I would still be in that first room. I had no idea what she was doing. I mean, the daughter-in-law, she is quick and sharp, and she remembers details, and I'd be curious if our resident deputy dog / private investigator / donut cruncher down there, how he would do in one of those situations. But either way, it was quite interesting, Steve. And towards the end, I was kind of starting to pick up on what it takes and what you're maybe looking for. But where the kids were able to come up with the answers to these various, well, they weren't questions, but how you can progress from one level to the next and in such way. And no, we never did escape the third room. I think
Really?
we were down to the very last clue. But
so you get clues, and what
everybody-
are the clues trying to help you find a key or a magic button to push to open a door or something? Or
exactly, there was probably 3 or 4 different keys involved in the chain of events. There's magnetic, electromagnetic doors that you have to maybe push a sequence of buttons,
Okay.
or it's until you've actually tried it yourself. It's really kind of hard to fully visualize, what's going on and such. But either way, now we have experienced that too. But yeah, that was part of the weekend, and the rest of the weekend was pretty much spent eating more than anything. I mentioned the daughter-in-law there. Steve, you have never seen anyone with a metabolism that runs as overtime as our daughter-in-law there. She doesn't go but maybe 105 to 110 pounds, about 5'7", 5'8". And she could eat both of us under the table, Steve. If we had a Thanksgiving dinner right now, 3 hours from now, she'd be overlooking at the leftovers and probably putting another plate together. And so, no, they ate on the way up from Milwaukee Wednesday. And then they got up to our place. Well, they raided the refrigerator, whatever we had for leftovers, and what she does with it, Steve, I can't tell you. But man, oh man. So regardless, yeah, it was a good weekend. Anytime that we can get the kids to come up and spend some time with them, it doesn't get much better than that, Now, as far as referencing this as the best day of the week, far be it from me to label it that, pending maybe on any lottery drawing / winnings that might come Crow's way this evening or such. But we don't put a whole lot of stake in that. But that does have a little bearing on this next thing, Steve. Steve, how many of those briskets are you planning to have on hand for that a gathering that Heatwave was referencing there earlier?
I guess we're going to have to get some attendance numbers, aren't we? I mean, is this going to be a big bash, big shindig, or?
Well, let me tell you, now No, I took it upon myself, Steve, to send out some RSVP type invites. Now, I sent 87, Steve, out there, Steve. Just your closest overnight drive acquaintances, that is. 87 of them. Now, I got 87 back. But wouldn't you know it? Steve, I've been out of this snail mail scenario for so long that I totally forgot you got to put stamps on them. So I've got these invites all sitting there on the counter at home with postage due. So either way, there's a potential 87 responses. Now, even if half of them respond, and if they bring a spouse or guest or such, now you can run the numbers on that. Now, we're going to get into the problem of, there's probably going to be a lot of big riggers coming down the street towards the secret bunker there. Now, are you prepared to park, say, 2-3 dozen rigs around the secret bunker there?
That would be.
Is that going to be an issue?
That would be quite the task. I think we better plan on some shuttle operations.
Steve, I feel your pain, but here once again, I am coming to your rescue. Have you ever thought of living in a log cabin, Steve?
Way out in the middle of nowhere?
No. It's a little piece of heaven. Steve, we've found something for you. A little weekend getaway. Going to be plenty of room for parking them trucks. Should be a good 40-acre patch for them to turn them rigs around. And that little bitty swimming pool of yours, there's a 8 or 9 acre lake there, and a number of other amenities to entertain the masses. I don't know how it is. It was sent my way yesterday, Steve, but Tony Stewart's little piece of paradise is on the market in Indiana.
Yes. I think it's. Does you think? Will he take a check?
This is where that lottery winning that comes into play I'm talking about now. Now, we could pool our funds, I suppose, and expand our lottery ticket purchase. But, Steve, I can save you $8 million today on that property. The price has been cut from $30 million to $22 million. And you get 400-plus acres there. It's about 15 to 20,000, depending on what the website you're looking at. 15 to 20,000 square feet. And this place, I tell you, Steve, it's a game preserve. And so, if you run short on brisket, there happens to be elk, roaming right up to the fence and whatnot. So there's no problem on feeding the masses here.
Wow.
It's got a couple lanes of bowling alley down in the lower level, and collector. He has a collection of pretty much all-star racing helmets from anybody who is a name in racing. They're kind of interesting, and he actually has one of his Indy cars. See, I never knew that Tony Stewart is the only person that has won an Indy championship and a NASCAR championship. But either way, he has one of his Indy cars. It's sitting sideways, on the wall, and I guess it'd be easiest. Anybody that's curious, you can do some searches online, and there's all kinds of YouTube, interviews and such. And if you're truly interested, I bet you could find a realtor that'd be willing to work the numbers with you there too, But that was actually kind of interesting to see when I dare say, I won't say it, what kind of money one has to be able to do that. But either way, then one other thing, the serious side of things, Steve, I caught this on 60 Minutes last night, and this is actually a follow-up to a previous story that I saw, that was on 60 Minutes too. Now, whether this is a couple months ago or 6-8 months back, there's individuals primarily within the, I don't know if they're Secret Service or CIA, the government entities, put it that way, that they've been coming up with extreme pain, in their head. Generally, it's around the ear, the inner ear canal and drum. And this is, Steve, it's the way the story played out. The hinting around is that there's a new type of possible weapon out there that the government is being quiet about, not something that we have. There was a car chase just recently, and this is where the link comes in. It was a 15-mile car chase. It was a spike strip that finally hauled him in. Well, here was a Russian. Now, they didn't say Russian agent, but he somehow played into. I don't remember, Steve, how this ties in with this. The ultrasonic. I would have to say ultrasonic weaponry of some type. And he was jailed for a while, and finally deported, sent back to Russia. Well, then they show a death certificate. It shows that he died on the front in their little war going on over there. Well, nobody's really believing that that's where he died. They figured he'd been exposed to too many Americans and too many things in the American justice system that they're figuring that he met a demise like the way Russia deals with that type. So this is it. I'll be curious if we hear any more about this. But yeah, it was some type of a ultrasonic type. So whether it's something, it seemed like individuals have been near a window or such that there's been a direct line of sight from outdoors. This led to many surgeries, and it completely throws a person off balance. Apparently, is the biggest common denominator here. So either way, that was interesting for network television anyway. So, well, either way, we'll leave that alone, and we'll report back on the lottery here tonight. See if we can help you out there a little bit.
Well, good luck. Yeah, that's what friends are for.
Your weekend getaway. Yeah, anytime. And once again, I'll say there's no thanks necessary, Steve. And catch you later, man.
All right. Enjoy the greatest day of the week. Real quick, before we get our final time out, other things we may have missed over the extended weekend. Indeed, Donald Trump's sentencing date has been kicked down the road. More than 2 months from what was supposed to be this week, July the 11th, to September the 18th. And if such is still necessary, if sentencing is necessary, interesting. New York prosecutors agreed to a delay hours after the Supreme Court granted Trump's immunity last week for official acts committed in office. The former president began an effort to toss that recent conviction in Manhattan and postpone the upcoming sentencing over those 34 felony counts. Let's see. In a letter to Judge Merchan just hours after the Supreme Court ruling, 10 days before he was set for sentencing, the lawyers sought permission to file a motion to set aside the verdict, while Merchan considers whether the Supreme Court ruling affects that conviction. That said, Trump's attempt might be a long shot, given the fact that the Manhattan case revolves around acts Trump took as a candidate, not as president. But as the New York Times even notes, Trump's lawyers are likely to argue that prosecutors partially built their case using evidence from his time in office. And under the Supreme Court's new ruling, prosecutors may not charge a president for official acts, but also cannot cite evidence involving official acts that affect other accusations. It's not clear how the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is going to respond here, or whether the judge will maybe delay the first sentencing of an American president. But Mr. Trump's effort appeared to cause at least a brief interruption. The district attorney's office did not on Monday make a sentencing recommendation to the judge. This would have been last Monday, about whether to imprison Mr. Trump as was expected at the time. Merchan may also punt on that request.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us here on a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Thank you, Captain Ron. So obviously, Beryl about to officially make landfall at any point in time. Some of the latest numbers say more than 84,000 Texas are already without power at 4:36 a.m. Eastern. As Beryl begins to impact the state, those numbers are going to go up dramatically through the day. Again, anticipated to make official landfall probably within the next 30 minutes or so, according to the National Hurricane Center. So we'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. We'll obviously cover things throughout the day and have all the very latest for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but